We appreciate you for being here, and we're excited about today. So again, I know yesterday Tracy and I, had our welcome remarks and kind of reflections on the moment. We'd like to extend a warm welcome to you again today, and just thank you for being here. And just sit back and relax, and just enjoy the day. We have our keynote address, Mr. Jonathan Green. We all know him, he know and love him, and we appreciate him being here today. I think we think about some of the images right here. Jonathan, yesterday we used the rice plantation as an image on the program, thinking about how plantations have been represented in artwork. And there was someone in Barbados too who had some work thinking about sugarcane.
Right.
It's called cane cutting that we used as well. So Barbados and South Carolina. And I think, we all know the book right here, Gullah Images. And I noticed over the past, I think in the summer especially, you were doing the lunchbox.
Right.
Here. Yes, right. Those are beautiful.
They're all items to help us to be re-engaged with our history and culture. And I just see the major problem, with all of my research and studies, the major problem is how we are lacking in the arts.
Exactly. Well, without further ado, I will go ahead and I will turn it over to you. I know that, you were known nationally, internationally for your work and your beautiful artwork and representations of African-American culture, and thinking about the Gullah in particular. So we are looking forward to you sharing your life's work and just your experience with us. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And it is really a pleasure to be here. And, usually things come together in the last of minutes, even though we have put great preparation in our studies. And for me, in thinking about the connection of Barbados, my friend Rhoda Green, we've talked on many occasions, especially with our celebrating the 350th anniversary of Charleston here. The immediate, I think, opening for me would be the subject of From Busa to Robert Smalls. And of course, his date would be in 1860. That was the slave rebellion. And of course, from 1816 to 1865, which was the rebellion of the great Robert Smalls. In comparison, we have very little imagery of a Robert Smalls in our country here today. And that's speaking from the perspective of the arts and from the perspective of historians, our writers that have done a fairly fine job of depicting Robert Smalls. I think one of the problems is that we don't have continual generational studies of our history in our communities, starting with our smallest communities. It doesn't matter where you're from. I'm from a very small community, Gardens Corner, South Carolina. And the imagery that we have of the history of enslaved African people is enormous, but we're always depending on other people to erect our monuments, to ensure that we study history and study visual imagery. I was just shocked to learn that in most historical Black colleges until very recently, there was never any mention of African-American artists. Now, we can leave from 1865 and get to the 1930s, when we can see for the very first time the appreciation of the visual imagery of art by African-American people. So when we look at the connection of the Barbados and here in America, as they followed the silk trade and the spice trade routes, we have to really look into the arts and culture and get a better understanding of the historic feats our people had made with constant rebellions. I mean, the Bosa rebellion was just one in many. It just happened to have garnered more people in terms of population, so that it became a lasting history, more so for the Europeans rather than the African diaspora people. And I think this is a perfect opportunity when we're looking at 300 years of slavery. That word, which is used so often, it's really disgusting because it is always reflected and used towards Black people. Every person on this planet has come from a culture of enslaved people. So we as African people need not own that, but we need to take the energy and using the word slavery, especially with our people from celebrityism to pop to acting to sports. That word is really a tragedy of a word to be using. And instead, we should be supporting art programs in our schools. Every community that has a school should have a robust art department from pre-kindergarten to kindergarten, middle school, high school, so that by the time we get to college, we are prepared and we have more interest and energies and understanding the importance of history and language and art and culture. That is the one part of our history and culture that is missing. And we are bringing forth more of this, but we can only do it through the arts. You cannot do it on just history alone. So we have at the Gibbs Museum a portion of the collection of Jonathan Green and Richard Wheatman, Vibrant Legacy, which is really about the first time that we as a collective whole of people can look back at our visual imagery makers. African Americans were not allowed to paint and draw as they were not allowed to read and write. That should send out major signals to everyone, the fact that African Americans were not allowed to draw and paint. Without drawing and painting, you really can't confirm very much of history because we mostly understand history from our eyes, from what we see, not only in our immediate spaces, our environment, but wherever we go and travel, wherever in the world you go to understand a people based on what you see of the visual imagery of their existence. And that's where we are lacking here desperately. And so that connection between Barbados, using as sort of bookends, the Great Rebellion of Busa to the Great Rebellion of Robert Smalls, and you look at all that's in between, where are our visual imageries? Where is it? It's not in our communities. And a few museums does not really help the measure. The measure has to be help from our communities. So until we, as great historians and artists and collectors, can understand that every school that has a sizable population of African-American children should have a great art and history department. And I think that is the only way we're going to see changes so that we can begin to do the historical studies of what happened to our people for the past 500 years being dispersed all over the world. And when I say our people, I want to be really specific to say that our children were dispersed because they were mostly middle-aged and high school age kids. That's whom they were. And they were taken for a very specific purpose. So when the Portuguese sailed down West Africa and saw miles and miles of golden colored plants, they assumed it was wheat. They didn't know it was rice. And then in getting to Africa and to understand the unbelievable agricultural feat of rice culture, what they did was they removed the people to plant the rice as they moved the people for sugarcane and cotton and other things, because the gold standard was agriculture. That was our Silicon Valley of the day. It was agriculture. And it was through the agriculture that our people were needed to be able to create one of the longest lasting economies, which made the city of Charleston the wealthiest city in the United States of America for well over 100 years. And that's between 1760 up to 1860, 1865, which was the conclusion of the rebellion of Robert Smalls, which completely changed everything that we know of in this country today, from education, from hospitals, police academies, the great flood that happened in I think maybe around 1820 that, not 1820, but it would be more like 1870, that Robert Smalls was so magnificent in helping to restore order and peace. So until we have the visual imageries that we can see our people, until we can help people of the African diaspora understand how important it is to go into museums and cultural centers everywhere they go, because, you know, so often I use the old adage, we leave before the dessert. The information is discussed at the end of our meetings and our sessions, wherever we go, for whatever you know, relationship between universities and college. It is the end of the conclusion of most of these events that you find the most information. So I say, when we think in terms of the connection between Barbados and Charleston, it's for the most part the same. It is an English, African, cultural society. And the only change is perhaps people coming from the smaller islands. So often for many of them, their only out is through education. So we have many of the directors and curators of our museum institutions that are 1 or 2 generations removed from the Caribbean islands. And they really don't understand this culture, even though it's very much the same, because we have different artists, we have different craftsmen, we have addressed different issues, similar issues, but different issues. And that's the important note and distinction when we're talking about the African diaspora. We really need to start, as of today, to decide how we are going to prepare for our children of tomorrow. And if we think we can do it without the appreciation and the respect of the artists and artisans, when we look at cave drawings, which goes back 20, 30,000 years, that was the only reference to history. It was not a written language. Reading for most people was mostly obscure until maybe the latter part of the 1800s. That's why in your early Bibles, they have these incredible paintings by Rembrandt and Titian and others, because most people could not read, they were illiterate. 98% of society was illiterate. And it was those images in the Bible, as are the images in the museums, as are the images in sculpture, that refine a people, a place, and a culture. And we simply have an opportunity to catch up. And I think one of the great ways, sort of an African diaspora way of talking of the history between Barbados and the history and connection to America, is first ensuring that there is a major Robert Smalls statue somewhere that's visibly seen in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, I know that we're going to have a fantastic conversation discussion right now in the Q&A. Thank you so much. That was a lot to think about, and you are so right. I'm thinking about everything you're saying here and paying tribute and having images and positivity and representations, you know, and thinking about the role of education. Let's go ahead and open it up so we can, let's see, let me get everything open here. So let's see, the chat, if you have a question or comment, you can post it in the chat box, the Q&A box, or if you'd like to ask a question, go ahead and raise your hand and then we can enable the audio here. So I'm opening all this up. Let's see. We'll watch the Q&A box too. Okay, does anyone have a question or a comment? How about like with thinking about some of the participants, so like thinking about Rhoda, to bring you in the conversation too, thinking about what's being done now, thinking about the schools and, you know, just even, again, thinking about education and the curriculum, just kind of starting there, and then we can think about the monuments and how we, honor, pay tribute to people who really need to be recognized and centered, you know, right now within, as we think about broader African-American culture, but American culture and society. Rhoda, what do you see? I mean, just thinking about what you've heard along these same lines, what's taking place. I mean, both, you and Jonathan both are in Charleston, you know, your finger on the pulse there, what's being discussed. I mean, thinking about the education system, what do you see?
First, let me say that I'm very familiar with Jonathan and his work, and we share the same last name. Who
Right.
knows where that came from? But that's another story. Anyway, one of the things that I find very important as we look at the connectivity, um, in my presentation, I just kind of I gave like bullet points of areas where there are linkages, areas where we can explore further, areas where we can really provide information and incentive to young people, those who are coming on after us. And clearly, art is a very important part of it. I know from my background, uh, our focus was on reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Mm.
And anyone who focused on art was almost like, what are you doing? What are you going to do with it? Uh, it was something that could be a hobby that you do part-time, but focused on some of the points that uh, Jonathan so vividly explained, the role of art in our society and what art depicts. Uh, I think we are lacking. We know from Barbados that many artists figure that they don't get the exposure or there isn't the type of promotion that should be given to them. Uh, Yet there was still an understanding or kind of a downgrading of art within the tourism industry and how they interface and how they convey the history and what the culture represents and how history fashioned and influenced them. So um, I join with what Jonathan has said, and I'm sure what he spoke here would resonate with Barbadian artists too. So
Exactly.
we must understand what the role of art is
Mm-hmm.
in representing our history and culture, and that it is a learning tool. It's an expressive tool. So yeah, it's a good takeaway from this symposium to underscore that because we see the urgency and the necessity for
Mm-hmm.
that focus
Mm-hmm.
on art.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you.
Uh,
Allison has a question here.
Well,
yeah.
I'm not so much a question. Jonathan, hi, and I'm going to say
Hi.
hi on behalf of Betty as well. I brought her down to see you
Oh, yes.
some months ago. Um,
Uh-huh.
so there are a couple of things that Jonathan raised in his talk that I wanted to address. So the issue, for example, of HBCUs and art, right? One of the things that I'd like to point out to the group here today, I work at South Carolina State University, and South Carolina State University is an HBCU. And like many HBCUs, we have to remember why they were set up, right? They were set up with the principal goal of quote unquote training formerly enslaved to enter into white American culture. So obviously, that's part of its historic background, which is why where there are art programs or music programs, they were and sometimes still are overwhelmingly uh, Eurocentric. But I have to say that at South Carolina State University, we have a fantastic collection of African artifacts. Okay, I've personally cataloged them. And so anyone who is in the state and, post-COVID, please, all the gods soon, um, I want to encourage you to visit SE State, and not just we don't just have that collection, but remember, Essie State was also the site of the Orangeburg Massacre. And we have several sites of remembrances on the campus to those 3 young men who were murdered and martyred as a result of the Orangeburg Massacre. The other thing that I want to speak to that Jonathan raised is just the wider context of how we define art, right? What do we consider art? Because especially if we're thinking about how folks in the diaspora think about art, that art is something that they use and wear and dance in, right? And of course, I'm particularly coming from my context, studying carnival arts in the Caribbean, in Trinidad in particular, right? So how, when you see a costume by Peter Minshall, right, that moves and flows and he takes Dante's story and completely transforms it and performs it on the stage on Carnival Monday and Tuesday. Well, what do we have there? We have literature and physics and movement and all these things, right? And I know that for many people involved in the carnival arts, they take that into the school with them, and they teach kids physics while they create a costume, right? They teach kids about, the principles of color as they help the kids design their own work. So I think one of the things we have to recognize, it's not that that Black folks don't have art or but maybe the way that we think about what art is. To me, art is when I make a coconut pie, right? Because that's my creative outlet, right? And how I set my table, right? So all those things are ways that we have to think about, because I think the privilege of being part of the diaspora is understanding that there's not fine art and folk art, that there's just art. And I'm going to turn off my mic at this point.
There's a thanks, Allison. There's a comment in the chat. Let's see here. Jonathan spoke of the arts and culture being added to the curriculum, and this is one of the fundamental needs to be addressed here in Barbados. I never did any real work on the true history of Barbados until my postgraduate work. Here, we still do not teach the real history of Barbados through the lower levels of education. So
To our
issue. Yeah. That's a comment. Let's see. I think, let me look here. And the same person, Claudette, is commenting here. I totally agree with Jonathan that until we can appreciate who we are as a people, as it relates to our history, arts and culture, we are still bleeding out as a people.
Exactly. It is next to impossible to expect young African-American people to understand arts and culture in high school or college. This is internal. It has to be from the parents, the family, the churches, the community center. Everything has to be engaged. And also, we need to start thinking internationally.
Right.
We as people of color think so separately. I mean, like for instance, Robert Smalls, there should be monies coming in from all over the world to help support a monument of Robert Smalls. Every one of these plantation sites where our ancestors are worked, died, and are buried on, there are no monuments to them, to nothing they have done. I mean, we barely take care of the grave sites. I mean, I have family history going back to plantation sites in the 1800s. And I mean, you know, when you don't continue to educate kids generation after generation, they forget about those monuments, those types of things. And when Allison spoke of, you know, like I come from a long line of seamstresses, I have a long line of cooks, a long line of trunk makers for the rice fields. Those things have to be constantly passed down.
Mm-hmm. 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 Exactly. Exactly.
Hello, this is Ramona. Hi,
Hey.
hi, everyone. Jonathan, thank you so much for your comments. You know, art is not valued in our community, you know, in communities of color. From young on, you know, we're trained to, you know, get a job, go be a doctor, be a lawyer, but you know, artists don't make any money. They're associated with poverty and all those sorts of things. So those are kind of myths that we have to break. I know being an art teacher for many years in Georgetown and Charleston, an elementary art teacher, that was often the case. I mean, you might find one or two students that really were into it and got supported by their parents. But of course, when the cuts come in, it's the special areas that are always cut. And you know, and we know this for a fact. That's why it's become so important to have art and creative programs within our communities, that we don't have to rely on the schools to teach our kids. Because I mean, I went from a full-time teacher to 2 schools, to 3 schools, and 4 schools. And when they said 4 schools, I was like, no, I can't do this. So I left the school district because it didn't make sense to spread myself so thin between 4 schools. And you only get the same check for your supplies of $250 for those 4 schools. So, you know, it's like, it's a struggle, but it's also our responsibility as creatives. And we all are creatives, really. We just don't tap into it, or we tap into it in other ways, like Allison just, you know, described her cooking. So it's up to us to take on responsibility to promote creativity within our own homes and communities and churches or wherever it may be. Otherwise, it's not going to happen, because it gets limited more and more and more, chopped and chopped, you know. Also, I wanted to say that in terms of South Carolina State, they were blessed because they had Elder Leo Twiggs, I mean, who's a prolific artist, conscious and so forth. So, you know, that's a blessing. And they have that great museum. And I'm going to stop here, but thank you.
Well, you know, you make valid points, and I really want to get to the point of churches, because I think churches are so underutilized. You know, back in the day of our grandparents and great grandparents, churches were schools and churches.
Right.
Why can't churches be cultural community centers and churches? Because that's what we need. We need the cultural community centers. You know, the Jews have their kids go to that synagogue once a week to learn about their culture, because they don't trust that they're going to get it in the schools. We cannot depend on schools for everything. Schools are for a very specific period, time in your life, for very specific courses. I always believe that the arts should never be supported entirely by the government. That's community. If you're going to sustain arts and culture within your community, it has to be supported by the community.
Yeah. And schools are also set up to train our children in a certain way, particularly in South Carolina. And we know this for a fact. I mean, they're not trying to ignite your creativity so you can, you know, create and become an inventor and so forth. They're trying to get you ready for certain, you know, positions, to stay in certain communities, to take care of the tourists and so forth and so on. So.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I just want to say, in terms of school, that's admirable. It really, I mean, to put that much work, invest that much work in a child. But the arts is equally as important. And if we find that it's not happening in our schools, in our communities, then we need to do something. And you know, sometimes it starts with 2 or 3 parents just saying that Volunteerism is very, very important. And we have to understand volunteering and contributing in our communities if we are out there wanting to raise families for future generations, then we have to really, I mean, I'm just going to go to the word training because it's very basic. Our training programs are so important in the development of a child. By the time a child gets to middle school, if he or she knows nothing about their culture, have very little understanding, chances are they're not going to get it because we don't have the grandparents and the generation of grandparents as involved in families today. They're not in the communities. Most kids never get to see a grandparent in the course of a week or even sometimes a month. So then that person that is the librarian of history and culture is separated from the child. So now the child doesn't have much in terms of art and they don't have much in terms of their grandparents. Then what are we raising and how do we expect them to be a contribution to our communities? And not a contribution just in terms of how much money someone can make or how famous someone becomes or being the first of this and that. If we are raising children in a community, as all animals do, all you have to do is look at the animal kingdom and to see how animals rear their young. We're not doing that. We're not protecting those young souls so that when they get out in life, they know about life. They know what life is. My grandmother, her peers, my church, my school prepared me for that. I didn't have to go anywhere to get it. It started at home. It started meagerly at home, but it started at home. And to the point of being an artist, my grandmother never knew much about artists, but she knew I had a talent and she knew I could do things that most people couldn't do. So she nurtured it. That's all that happened. We don't have the people nurturing our babies. We don't have them nurturing our babies really when you look at the church culture, when you look at many of our elementary, primary school cultures, when we look at many of our parents, our young parents that have not even experienced life for themselves. They haven't traveled, they haven't read, they haven't done anything. They've maintained a job, they've maintained a household, but a child needs more than that.
I think, Jonathan, we've lost your video. Can you
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm just thinking about a lot of things that you're saying, I'm thinking about just, being with my academic hat on, with African-American studies and what we do there. And again, thinking about the students who come largely from the state and around, the country, but we try, as you know, in the curriculum and in different courses to introduce them to, again, history and culture. And we use artwork as part of that. For a lot of them, as you're saying, this is fairly new. Some of them have more experience and more exposure, through some of the initiatives in their schools. Some of them, attended some of these different things like, art shows and things like that, which is great. I'm thinking with my parent hat on, I know there's some things, at least in our school district, that are happening, again, with some of the diversity initiatives, thinking about Black History Month, and how so much is done right there. I mean, so much in that month, we try to have a lot in there, pack a lot in there. So I feel like students are getting something then, but we need to do more. And so I think we need more partnerships, more initiatives. I do agree with you. We do need to have a more active presence, I think, in the community, and make sure this is a part of their socialization. And they know, again, and they can look at artwork and see it as affirming and representing them and who they are and their past and present, their culture. So I think there's a lot that we can build on, that we can do.
To that point, let me say this to you. I have many friends of every color and description imaginable. Mm-hmm. The one thing my Euro-looking friends never, ever have to deal with is self. Representation of self, how they are represented. They can go anywhere and see themselves in the glories of humanity.
Mm-hmm. Right.
When I drive up and down Highway 17 or highway, whatever the highways are around here, the only time I see Black people are in cigarette, alcohol, abortion ads. That is a problem.
Wow, yeah, that's a problem. Mm-hmm.
And it is also a problem when we you know, the Gibbs Museum, its manifesto is unbelievable because it addresses the issue of slavery and apologizes for it. This is a Gibbs Museum right here in Charleston, second oldest museum in this country. Mm-hmm. And ongoing, this Vibrant Vision show, trying to get our people out to that show is like pulling.
Wow.
That shouldn't be the case.
No, it shouldn't be the case.
I know a lot of this is for many reasons. One, you know, I've heard people say in Charleston that, well, you know, we never went we never went to that part of Charleston for whatever reason. Or the Gibbs were segregated, and so were the motels, so were the car dealerships, so were the boutiques. Everything was segregated, separated. But we go to those things.
Right.
Ongoing, can't keep us away from them. Why can't you go into a museum? And I know a part of the answer. Part of the answer is that the average Black person, when they see anything Black, in terms of an ad, sculpture, visual imagery, they first want to just not look at it because they don't know what they're going to deal with. And I can respect that. When you look at something that is so heinous about you and your culture, depicted by Black artists, white artists, and you have to subject that to your children and your family. So that's a part of the fear. But we have to get over that fear, because until we get over that fear, we're never going to progress visually as a people. We have to be in those museums. We have to be there because our kids are mandated to go to museums through our educational curriculum. Right, Ramona? Kids are mandated to go to museums.
Yes, they are.
You're letting your babies go to museums, and you, as an adult, have not been in that museum. Mm-hmm. And there are no excuses. I don't care if you work at, there are no excuses.
Right.
You have a child, then you need to be out there forward in preparation of the visual imagery of that child. We were protected on our heirs' property. Our ancestors protected us on heirs' property. I didn't have to worry about seeing someone lynched or you know, someone coming and beating or destroying a Black person or burning a house, not on heirs' property when I was a kid. Mm. And the clans were very active and all around us. But when you have that protective grid as a family and a community, and we have to learn to get along better. Mm-hmm. We cannot get along as a people. So we need to really start changing our attitudes and stop becoming so personal about everything. And I think that's where the arts, not only in visual arts, but I'm talking about dance, festivals, music, all of that. If they're having Junkanoo in the Bahamas and they're having this festival in Trinidad, where are our festivals other than T-shirts and sports uniform, military? Where are our festive parade? Where is it?
Well, now you could say, I'm just thinking that when you said that, the first thing that came to my mind, you know, thinking about the summer here in Columbia, I'm thinking about Jubilee. I'm thinking about some of the festivals there in the Low Country, you know, that happen. I think that, you know, again, we could encourage more people to participate, you know, and learn more about.
To that point, this is the point I'm trying to make. I shouldn't have to go to Columbia or Beaufort to be a part of it.
Right.
When you think about all of these chocolate communities, and you have to go to Columbia or Beaufort maybe, and they have a rice festival in, what's that place, Walterboro, and it has nothing to do with the culture of us, really.
Right.
So until we start having small community festivals, every place that is known to be of a Black population should have an annual festival. Something to say thanks, appreciate, continuation.
Right.
And I believe we can do it. I believe as of today, between the arts and the historians and this wonderful panel, today we can say from this point forward, we're going to do a couple things. We're going to take over the schools by having volunteers in those schools to help those people. It is too often that in our schools, we don't have the people that are connected to the communities educating our children. So then that breaks down the respect level.
Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a charge. Definitely a charge. Exactly. No, I agree with you. There's a lot we can do, come together, celebrate who we are, and make sure, you know, again, it just, yeah, this is just a lot. I'm just thinking about that, the volunteer part, and also with the festival. I think the festivals would do well throughout the state, throughout the country. I mean, we could definitely do that. I think there'd be a lot of buy-in, you know, for that. So
Kim Rhoda has a question or comment.
go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Rhoda. Okay.
One of the things that I see being discussed, even though it's probably in the background, when communities and people have been marginalized, they tend to stay in the margin, and they stay in the margin of society at large. And so as I gave my presentation, I kind of highlighted all of the areas that our ancestors and that we complement what is going on in the larger society. And it is up to us in many respects to add to participate, to join in, and to take ownership of those contributions that we lend or that we can add to the community to enrich it for everyone. It isn't that we should depend on others to make space for us. Sometimes you got to shove and push a little bit to get there so that people get an understanding that we are contributors. We are not taking away anything. We are enriching. And art is a good way to complement society, because what is depicted is basically the interaction of people on so many levels. And you're telling a story in and of itself that enriches everyone. So maybe it's a matter of understanding the importance and looking for ways to really take on that responsibility of enriching everyone. And again, coming from a marginalized people, what we do have is the monies or the collateral or what it takes sometimes to pursue certain interests. People are looking for pay for what they do. And sometimes artists don't get the recognition until after they're dead. They can't get the benefit of it. So it's a societal problem.
Yeah.
But the onus is still on us to seek spaces and to seek where we can do something that lends to explaining who we are, but also our influence on the greater society. Maybe this is why we have this research, organization research center, so that we can kind of tease that information and kind of get it so that it can be calcified in some way that we can move forward to fill in those gaps, because we have to be aware of who we are and we have to be able to tell who we are. And when we do that, we enrich all of society. It isn't like going to a museum and seeing some figure or some person that we feel no affinity to, we have no connection to. Sometimes we may have an aversion to. Yeah, we have an opportunity, but it must be, we are defining it, and we can pursue making the steps towards making it a reality. So that's my comment.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm really impressed with the follow-up in regards to the arts, because, you know, that's a very tough subject. I mean, people just, it's always a lingering response. And, you know, Rhoda, when you spoke about the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, well, there's a 4th one, and that's art. Nowhere on this planet can you go and the art isn't center, front, focus. That's how you learn about, if you go to England, it's going to be all about the arts and monument. Go to France, arts and monument. Go to Africa, arts. Go to South America, Korea, I mean, anywhere.
Right.
We have not taken that ownership. And, you know, and when you look at our history, I mean, however way you want to look at it, we have a tremendous art contribution and value. When I walk throughout this peninsula of Charleston, I walk in glee because I know that every building that has a historical marker on it was built by my people, maintained by my people. The beauty, the magnificence of this city of Charleston, of all the plantation sites, the rice fields. The rice fields are so large you can see them from the moon. It's the largest man-made earthen sculpture that we have done. And we don't have any signage, acknowledgement from the perspective of tourism coming here to those rice fields. We don't have in our communities Mrs. Etta's famous culinary work, or my grandfather's ability to make moonshine, to make wine. We don't have the stores that represents our legacy of food, culture, and preparation in our communities. So I just think that we have been lacking in all of those things because we have not been imbued with the arts and culture.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan, thank you so much. This has been a fascinating conversation. I know we have all you've given us a lot to think about. In a lot of ways, we can continue to move forward, you know, in partnership and moving from margin to center, centering our lives and experiences and seeing ourselves reflected and just having that charge. So what you said right now, it sets us up nicely too for the tours. We're about to go to Barbados, believe it. We're about to go to Spikestown. We're about to have the tours. And when you said that right there, that was a perfect segue. I mean, we're about to have the interactive tours coming up with Spikestown, Barbados, Charleston, and then Magnolia Plantation. So we're going to do those 3 coming up. So,
well, you all enjoy all of that because I'm going to be at the Gibbs Museum giving a tour of vibrant. And tomorrow I'll be on a panel with some legendary art historians and artists, Nigel Redmond from Spoleto. I mean, we're doing some exciting things here in Charleston. And then we have the Charleston Literary Festival also involved.
Okay.
And Jonathan, I would just want to kind of say that we are talking about during the tour, the connection of the Gibbs family to the Barbados linkage and the evidence that that the Gibbs family of the Gibbs Museum came from Barbados, because we're going to be taken to some of the places that the Gibbs family owned in Barbados on the Barbados tour. So this is how connected these stories are.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I mean, and I want to talk to you at some point too about the Rice Project and see where things are with that. So we'll have to definitely have to connect and have you back. So
okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Thank you and all the best. All right.
Bye all.
Take care. Bye-bye. Hold on for a second, y'all. Let me get the screen. Nicole, are you and Linda switching right now or no? You are? Okay, let me see. Okay. 1 second, everybody. 1 second. All right.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I know you have a million things to do.
This part is new, but I'm getting it. Thanks. Okay. All right. Thank you. In a minute. Let's see. I'm going back to my PowerPoint. One quick second here. One second. Okay. Okay, I think everyone can see the screen, right? Okay. All right. Okay. So what we're going to do now, for this part of the day, we're going to have the interactive tours. And so we'll have the first, we're going to Barbados. We're going to Spicetown, Barbados with Carlo Goodman. And then we'll be going to Charleston with Alida, Chenault Small, and then Magnolia Plantation and Gardens with Joe McGill. So what we'll do is we'll have about a 40-minute tour or so, 45 minute.
45 minutes.
45 minutes, thanks, Carlo.
Yeah.
And then we'll open it up for Q&A. All right, one second. So, Carlo, I'm about to exit out of here so you can share your screen.
Okay.
Okay, and thank you in advance.
Thank you.
Okay, we're very excited. All right, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. How is the weather over there in Charleston? It's good? All right, well, in Barbados, it's nice and sunny. Look, if I pull my curtains, you can see the sun is beaming through. So it's a nice sunny day. All right, so I would first of all like to thank Rhoda, Kim, and all the others. I mean, for me, this is a wonderful opportunity to share with you guys. And so far, it has been a wonderful learning experience. So let me tell you guys a little bit about myself, and then a little bit about Barbados, and before we actually get into the tour, because it's actually a short video that we did. Hope you guys enjoyed it. But for about the last 5 years or so, I've been conducting historic Spicetown walking tours. And let me tell everybody, I am not a historian. I'm just someone, I actually started it as a part-time business venture. But really, when I found out about the history of Spicetown, when I started to do my research, I really got hooked on it. So ever since then, I've become really passionate about the history of Spicetown. So in a nutshell, because I know there are some that have just joined the webinar, let me just, in a tiny nutshell, in about a minute or so, just give you guys the whole Barbados Carolina connection. So after sugar was introduced into Barbados, sometime around the 1940s, the island became very, very rich. And there were very, very prominent families that came across from England. However, the island became very densely populated. It was very land scarce, and almost every square foot was taken up with sugar plantations. So the wealthy English planters, they were actually looking for new lands and new ways of acquiring more wealth. So it said that they left Barbados several times. They actually left from Spicetown, and they settled Charleston. So after that, word quickly spread to the white Barbadians here that if you brought across your family and your slaves who were being granted acres and acres of land. Okay, so that's it in a nutshell. So that's why sometimes Charleston is referred to as a colony of a colony. Okay, they were a colony of Barbados. So let me share a few interesting facts about the island. Now, Barbados is the most easterly of the Caribbean islands. It's very tiny. It's only 166 square miles. I mean, we could drive around the entire island in a couple hours. It's said that Barbados got its name from the Portuguese, Los Barbados, which means the bearded one. So the theory that most Bajans tend to stick to is that we got it from the numerous bearded fig trees that totally covered the island back then. British settled Barbados in 1627. They landed at what is now Whole Town. Before it was called Jamestown. So let me start to share my screen. I actually have a PowerPoint presentation. So they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So good. Let me grab a pointer. Right. So when the British landed in Barbados, this is the Whole Town Monument. So like I said, they landed in 1627. It's said that they found the island uninhabited. However, there are several archaeological finds that prove that Amerindians actually existed long before the British came here. And one such find is at Port St. Charles Marina, which is just north of Speightstown. So Barbados went on to become the richest of the English colonies, and it never changed hands. Some say this is because of the many military forts that were along the western side of the island. And Barbados was actually called Little England, and Speightstown was called Little Bristol. So here's a map of Barbados as it is today. Right now we have 11 parishes, but St. Peter was actually one of the 6 original parishes. St. Peter got its name from the Christian apostle St. Peter, and Speightstown got its name from a guy called Mr. William Spike. He's the Englishman that owned the parcel of land back then. So it's also said that Speightstown, for some reason, attracted the majority of the wealthy planters. So the tour that I do is actually a walking tour. So I'll just show you briefly the path of the tour. This is a map that I got from the Barbados Museum. It dates back to 1898. It's actually just Speightstown. So we actually start here on Sand Street, or Sandy Street as it's sometimes called. We move on to Orange Street, then we do Church Street, come back on to Queen Street, do Gardens Alley, Chapel Street, and back onto Queen Street, and end just past Fort Alley. I would like you guys to try and remember these 2 names, these 2 jetties here, Skinner's Jetty and Archer's Jetty. Now there are several jetties along the coast, and that's because most of the wealthy merchants, they actually owned and operated their own jetty. But later on, close to the end of the tour, we're actually going to see the residences of these persons. And because today we're doing an interactive tour, it means that I can show you guys a bit more of Barbados that relates directly to Charleston. So I'm still going to keep it in the parish of St. Peter though. So we're going to see, these names might sound familiar to you. We're going to see some of Colleton, Pleasant Hall, Gibbs, and St. Nicholas Abbey. All right, so the walking tour is up next. So I'm going to stop this share, and I'm going to share, and I need to share this one with my computer sound. So if you can't hear the sound, please let me know, but it should be good. And when we recorded this, it was a very windy day in Speightstown. And Speightstown is a very small town. The streets are very small, so just bear with us. At some points, I think I go into a bit of a Bajan accent. So if there's anything that you guys don't understand, if at any time I spoke too quickly, just make a note of it and you can ask me after the tour. All right, so I'm going to start the share. And here goes. Everybody. So here we are on location in Speightstown, Sand Street to be exact. So this is where we normally start our walking tour. So I want to draw your attention to these buildings behind me. I'm sure they would resemble some of those in Charleston, South Carolina. Now these buildings here, what is the significance of these buildings is that they're really original buildings. They all go back to the late 1600s. And yes, some work has been done on them, but for the most part, they're pretty much the same. And we see here the overhang balconies, which mean that they would have been a business/residence. So here we are again on location in Sand Street, and keeping in theme with the buildings on Sand Street. I want to point out to you that just bear with the traffic. It's a busy afternoon in Speightstown. Okay, I want you to bear in mind that Sand Street itself had a number of fires, but some of the original buildings still exist. This one behind me, Sunset Sands, this is actually one of my favorites. It was bought by a Barbadian family about 30 years ago and nicely renovated, and right now it's a set of apartments. So if you come closer to this building, Sunset Sands, what I want to draw your attention to is the thickness of the walls. Now, all of these coral stone, these limestone buildings in Speightstown, you're going to find that all of them from the 17th century, 17th and 1600s, the walls are at least 2 feet thick, and you can clearly see it here. Our last clip before we leave Sand Street. Now, some of the buildings that we're going to see in Speightstown, some are in good condition and some need some TLC. But this brightly painted one behind me, the Speightstown Resource Center. This is one that has been nicely renovated and nicely taken care of. What is of significance here is the shape of the roof. Now, the shape of that roof, that's a Dutch roof. And the influence that the Dutch had is that they actually played a very instrumental role in terms of producing and marketing the sugar, which is what, of course, went on to make Barbados the richest of the English colonies. And this path here, this road that runs east to west, now Speightstown also had a very heavy military presence. And again, that was to protect the wealth. We're going to speak a bit about the forts. But this road that runs east to west, now the name of that street is called Major Walk. So the major, the guy that was in charge of the army back in the 1700s, his house was along this path here that runs east to west. So every day he would take his daily constitutional, his walk for good health along this particular path. So over the 350 years, that street has kept the name Major Walk because literally is where the major walked. We're just about leaving Sand Street and heading into Orange Street. I'll tell you the significance of Orange Street in a minute. But before we do, I want to bring your attention to this building behind me. Again, we have some buildings from the 1700s. And you'll clearly see the architecture, the overhanging balconies, which clearly signifies that this building used to be a business/residence. So the merchants would have had their business on the ground floor and the family would have lived upstairs. Coming on to Orange Street, again, one of my favorites, Timothy House, circa 1788. Here we are at the location of St. Peter's Parish Church, which can lay claim to being the second oldest church on the island. The oldest church being that in St. James Parish Church. So you find that when the British landed, two of the first things that they did was to set up forts and set up churches. So this church, not the actual building, the church goes back to 1629, 2 years after the initial settlement. But this building has a bit of an unfortunate past in that, like I said, the original structure was built of timber in 1629. But shortly after that, it fell into ruins. So it was rebuilt, but then it did not survive the hurricane of the 1700s. So in 1700s, this building that you see behind me, this was built in what they call Georgian style. And then, unfortunately now in the 1980s, it was partially destroyed by fire. I say partially because the walls still remain, but obviously all the woodwork was gone. So after that, it was again restored to what you see today. It's still at St. Peter's Parish Church. We're actually on the other side, and you can clearly see the architecture here is what they call Georgian architecture. But I would also like to mention that Speightstown is just over a mile long, but in Speightstown we have actually 11 churches. And in the parish of St. Peter, there are actually 23 churches. So yes, we have a high concentration of churches. Some people joke about it and say we have a high concentration of churches and rum shops. Here we are on Church Street, and I'm standing next to what is clearly the oldest building in Church Street. And it goes back to late 1600s. And as we can see, the plaster has fallen off. So you can clearly see the original brickwork. And it needs some TLC. Actually, there was more of it, but unfortunately, the ones to the right were demolished a few years ago to make car park. Now, this building, it wasn't a single house, because the structure would have continued all this way over above me and then come down to the other side. So if we look here, you can see this beam would have held the floor, and I'll go all the way down to the back. This is another original doorway. And then if you can see the thickness of the walls, again about 2 feet thick. So still on Church Street, getting a bit closer to the building. You can see here original stonework, some of the old English red brick that would have come across in the slave ships. And we go straight around, we have original doorways and original window spaces. Coming now to the second oldest building on Church Street. I like this one as well. It wasn't always painted that bright orange though. But if you start at the top, you're going to see the roof again. It takes a Dutch shape. And I want to draw your attention to the dormer windows. Now that is not something that we see a lot of in Barbados. But I'm told you see a lot of it in Charleston, South Carolina. And the historians always tell me to be sure to point out to you guys that that is what they call South Carolina architecture that went from Barbados to South Carolina, not the other way around. So if we come down to the white windows, the louvers as we call them, if you look carefully, you're going to see there weren't always windows, there were actually doors. So if you look carefully, they were cut down at some point. So what you see now as windows were actually doors. And this building would have had the same overhang balcony, but over time, a lot of those balconies were removed as the city got more vehicular traffic. If we look at these two scans, one is taken from the Barbados Museum and that's run from the Nation newspaper, their library. This is what the Esplanade area used to look like back in the 1960s and even as far as the 1970s. this is what it looks like today. The Esplanade is situated on the old site of Fort Orange. Now, Fort Orange got its name from William of Orange, who went on to be King William. Spanning the entire west coast of the island, which is just around, say, 15 miles, they had, it was recorded, at least 45 forts. And these forts carried, last on record were 300 guns, what we call cannons. But Speightstown itself had about 30 guns protecting Speightstown. And Orange Fort was the most substantial of these forts. Orange Fort boasted at one time 14 cannons. Now, there are several attempts to land on Charleston, one of which was done by Captain William Hilton. Now, he actually set sail from Speightstown. So this bay around me, this is a Cam Bay, and this jetty is relatively new, but in the 1700s it would have had several jetties. So Captain William Hilton would have set sail from this area and landed in South Carolina at what is now called Hilton's Head. So Captain William Hilton, yes, he was from Barbados, and yes, he did set sail from Speightstown. So when the Barbadian planters, the white Barbadians, when they left here and settled in Charleston, South Carolina, they took the same mode of governance, they took the culture, they took the architecture, they took just about everything. So you can point out that some of the names in Barbados are still some of the names in Charleston, South Carolina. So you have some of the names that are similar to Barbados and Charleston, such as Drayton, Gibbs, Hall, and Bowen, to mention a few. And word quickly spread that when the white Barbadians left Barbados and sailed to Charleston, they were being granted acres and acres of land, depending on how many slaves and so on they brought over. And the relationship was actually quite a good one, because in the 1700s, when it said that practically half of Charleston was destroyed by fire, the Barbadians here actually took a collection of money and they sent it to Charleston to help rebuild Charleston. And then a couple decades later, when most of Bridgetown was destroyed by fire, the Charlestonians, they did the same thing. They collected some money, put it together, and sent it to Barbados to rebuild Bridgetown. In the 1980s, the Barbados government actually commissioned a study between Charleston and Barbados, and out of that came the famous book, the Barbados South Carolina Connection. They actually had travel agents as well that did tours between Barbados and Charleston.
We could not do a tour of Speightstown and not talk about the Noah Roach building, which unfortunately right now is boarded up, so I will have to refer to a photo that I took a few months ago. It was a lovely old building. You can see it added a lot of the character to Speightstown. It was built sometime in the 1700s. You'll see the dormer windows, the overhang balconies. The building was actually at one time the first branch of Barclays Bank outside of Bridgetown. Roach is an Irish name, so they would have been descendants of the indentured servants that were on the island. We had indentured servants from Ireland and from Scotland. A small percentage of the Irish actually remain on the east coast of the island, a part that we call the Scotland district. They're kept to themselves, they remain quite poor. We have a name for them. It's not the nicest of names, but we refer to them as the red legs or the poor Bakra. But this Roach family would have done particularly well for themselves. So Noel would have bought the building in 1931, established his pharmacy, and he provided a great service to the persons of the North. Back then, a lot of locals couldn't really afford to go to the doctor, so if they had some medical issue, they would have come down to Mr. Roach and get some advice. Many times they even got free medication. After Noel died, the business was turned over to his son Adrian, and the Roach family sold the building sometime around 1999-2000. It was closed up since then. There was planning permission granted for a small boutique hotel, which never materialized. A couple years ago, the building was again on the market for over $2 million US. But this summer we had some heavy rain and some high winds, and the balcony, which was already rotted, it started to lose its roof and it started to fall into the street. So the remainder of it was removed for safety reasons. Here we are now on Chapel Street, and another really old building dates back to exactly 1700. So this was actually the first site of the Methodist Church. So it's reported that this eventually got too small, and then the building behind me, which is the new Methodist Church, this was constructed in 1859. We are on Chapel Street, and I want to draw your attention to one of the best preserved chattel houses on the island, right near Springstown. Now the chattel house is really interesting because it's where the slaves would have lived after they were free. Yes, when they were slaves, they would have lived on the plantation in the slave huts. But after they were free, sometime after 1837, they would have been allowed to squat on a piece of land, so they would have erected chattel houses, and that term comes from the Old English term goods and chattel. So these houses would have been eventually moved over time. When they got a piece of land, got a more permanent spot, they would have moved these houses. And sometimes you can still see it being done today. What would have happened is that they would start with the roof. They would have had a flatbed lorry. Back in the days, it would have been a horse-drawn cart, and they would have taken the roof in one section, lay it flat down on the cart, then the sides would have gone on after that, and then very lastly, if you were fortunate enough to have a wooden flooring, that went on last. But some of the chattel houses were actually built on the ground, so there wasn't actually a flooring. But this particular one, this is one of the best preserved ones in the island. So you see the jealousy windows, and it would have started as just this first section. But then as the family got more money or got more children, then they would have added each section. And these houses, they may look pretty fragile, but some of them were actually quite hurricane resistant. That's seen by the high gable roof. It said that actually contributed to their robustness in the hurricane season. Here we are now on Queen Street, which is a main street that runs through the town. And we're here at Arlington House. Arlington House right now is owned by the Barbados National Trust, and it's actually an interactive museum. But of significance, as you will clearly see, Arlington resembles a South Carolina property. Actually, it's a perfect replica of a Charleston single house. It's called a single house because it's one room wide. This particular house is only 22 feet wide, and the architecture, if you start from the top, you see the dormer windows and the intricate wood detail on the railings and the doors and windows. I'd also like to point out these two plaques. The first one, the blue and white one, that's the Barbados National Trust. That's their plaque. That's on all of the buildings of historical significance. And the black one, which you guys in Charleston will be particularly interested in, because it actually commemorates the 20th anniversary of the twinning of Spikestown and Charleston, South Carolina. Now, Arlington House is popular as well because it was the home of the Skinner family for about 200 years. And the Skinner family, they were a very wealthy family in Speightstown. They were actually in the shipping business. So what they did, their business was on the ground floor, and they actually lived on the other 2 floors. So if we look here, we get a look at Arlington House from a different angle. And here you clearly see that it's only 22 feet wide. So I'm standing here now on what is unfortunately an open lot. And that's because a couple of months ago we had I would say a tragedy here in Speightstown. We lost this building to fire. And this building was approximately 350 years old. And what is of significance of the building that stood here is that it was the first site of the Alexandra Secondary School, which was the first secondary school in Speightstown. And Alexandra Secondary School, it was founded in 1894. So it was actually named after Queen Alexandra. So Alexandra Secondary School occupied this building called West End from 1894 to 1926. But luckily, Archer's Hall just behind me, that was kind of saved in the fire. So we're going to go around to the front and get Archer's Hall from another angle. Here we are in front of Archer's Hall. We're actually standing on the east and looking west to Archer's Hall. Archer's Hall was actually the cultural center of Speightstown back in the 1700s. So this is how it looks now after the fire, but we're told that it's going to be rebuilt. And if we look here, we can still see some of the points of architectural significance. If we start from the top, you see the windows and the arches, and if you go and look closely, you'll see the red brick. Now all of that again is red brick that would have come across in the ships from England as ballast. And if you look here, you can see where the windows were, because all of the plaster on this building was deliberately taken off. So you can see the rubble stone and the old English red brick. So you see the door arches on the bottom and the window arches at the top. And it was actually operated by the Archer family. So again, we reference Skinner's Jetty and Archer's Jetty. The Archer family, they were another prominent family in Speightstown, and they were also briefly involved in the whaling industry in Speightstown as well. Just behind Archer's Hall, we have the Speightstown mural. Now, can't leave Speightstown without briefly showing you guys the Speightstown mural. Come, let's get closer. I'll point out a few things for you. So a little closer to the mural, let me point out, first of all, these little fellows here, the Barbados green monkey. They're not indigenous to Barbados. They came across in Africa. From Africa, they said, in the slave ships. Not sure if they came across as pets or food, but right now they're actually a bit of a nuisance on the island. We have the Amerindians. We have the bearded fig tree, from which Barbados reportedly got its name. We have slavery being depicted, and we have our first Prime Minister, Errol Barrow, and there he is breaking the trident to show this the break between Barbados and England. Here we are at what used to be Fort Denmark. There's actually not much left of the fort. If we can look and you see here all of these rectangular shaped boulders, that would have been the wall that made up the fort. And if we can focus in, you can see one cannon. And just a couple of years ago, we actually had that cannon on a base, but unfortunately erosion has taken the base and taken the cannon. So these cannons date back to Nelson time, and that particular one is thought to be almost 500 years old. Remember when we talked about the wealthy persons that settled South Carolina that came from Spikestown. So this is where we normally conclude the tour. And I like to prove to my persons on tour that the super wealthy still to this day like Spikestown. So if we look behind me, I want the cameraman to zoom in if he can get that gazebo there, that mansion. I don't know how many of you guys will remember the American-born actress Claudette Colbert. I like to call her Spikestown's most famous resident. So yes, that was her residence. It's called Belle Reef. And if you remember Ronald Reagan, he was an actor before he became president. So in the 80s, he would have come down to Spikestown and he would have had lunch with Claudette Colbert while he was still president. So this beach, that's where Claudette Colbert would have walked morning and in the afternoon, and the Reagans sort of swam in this beach here directly behind me. And finally, before we leave Spikestown, I like to point out the most expensive property that's for sale on the island. And we can just see the top of it from the beach in Spikestown. That's a building called the Palazette, and it's on sale for $125 million unfurnished, directly here in Spikestown. Alright, so we're in Spikestown, and Spikestown is really known as a fishing village. So we're lucky to come across some young fishermen. They actually got what we call pot fish, and they're actually scaling them. So later on, these guys will probably have this for dinner, or they will sell them. Dinner. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys. Have a good day. Yeah, you too, all right. So, in a nutshell, that's it. The historic Spikestown walking tour. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Right here in Barbados. Come tour with me. I gave you the full 2 hours of the tour. Beautiful, beautiful Barbados, gem of the Caribbean Sea. Come back to my island, Barbados. Come back to my island and me. Please come back where the night winds are blowing. Please come back to the surf and the sea. You'll find rest, you'll find peace in Barbados. Come back to my island and me.
Okay, so yeah, that was the first part of the tour, the majority of it, but I still have a couple of slides to show you guys. Remember I said since it was a virtual tour, I'm actually going to try and link some of the names in Charleston to the other places in Barbados. So let me stop that sound and let me jump back to this one, slideshow from current slide. Okay, so I should have also told you guys that my tour was actually 2 hours long, so I actually had to condense it a lot for the purpose of this presentation. So we're here now at Colleton House. This actually has a little motion to it. Yeah. Colleton House is associated with Sir John Colleton, who was one of the Lord Proprietors of Charleston, South Carolina. The house itself was built in the 1950s on the grounds of Colleton Plantation, just to the northeast of Spikestown. Today, it's a luxury vacation home, hence is why I couldn't get any further than the gate. But that's a nicer picture of what it looks like. It's also a middle-class development. That's the Great House. I have a picture of, yeah, so let me explain to you about the developments. Now, in the 1980s, when Barbados started to really get into tourism, the west coast of the island, it was actually nicknamed the Gold Coast because then several multi-million-dollar properties began to spring up on the coast. A lot of them were owned by the wealthy British and Americans as well. So in the 1980s, it was called the Gold Coast. Then in the 1990s, it went on to be called the Platinum Coast. So a lot of the plantations as well, sugar cultivation decreased greatly. So then the plantations were sold off in order to make housing, and a lot of it went to middle-class housing. So that's Colleton and Haywood. So we're at Haywood's estate. And I'm told that, well, let me tell you guys Haywood's from the standpoint of Barbados. Haywood's was known to be the first prehistoric settlement where they had the archaeological dig and they found the Amerindian artifacts. But it's also associated with Colonel John Haywood. So I'm told there's a county in North Carolina that bears his names. So on the older maps of Spikestown, you also see Haywood's Fort. So again, this was a plantation, and the plantation started on the seaside and then extended inland. So this is the inland bit. So this was again a plantation that was divided to make middle income housing, and then we come all the way across to the seaside. And the seaside, there was actually a large hotel built there in the 1980s, but unfortunately it's closed right now. But then in the late 1990s, we had Fort St. Charles Marina spraying up, right? Fort St. Charles Marina, right on what was Haywood's plantation. So that's another look at the marina. Now we come to St. Nicholas Abbey. We have, can everybody hear me okay?
Not very well, Carlo. Can you adjust the audio at all?
All right, is that any better?
I think so.
Sorry?
That's better.
Better? Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk a bit about St. Nicholas Abbey. St. Nicholas Abbey is associated with Sir John Yeamans from Yeamans Hall. Now, right now, St. Nicholas Abbey is one of our premier tourist attractions. And it's actually one of the last remaining 3 Jacobean mansions in the Western Hemisphere. The St. Nicholas Abbey, let me quote from their website. It says it boasts a 350-year-old history filled with colorful tales of murder, love, and intrigue. The owners have played pivotal roles in Barbados and in the history of America. Now, let me explain all of that. This building was built in 1658. It was built by Benjamin and Margaret Beringer. So Benjamin Beringer and Sir John Yeaman were actually business partners. They actually owned 2 adjacent plantations. And it's said that very often they disputed the property lines. And to make matters worse, Beringer, well, Lady Beringer, and Sir John Yeaman actually had an affair. So it's said that sometime back in 1661, the Beringers, Margaret and Benjamin, they actually had this very heated argument, and it prompted Lord Beringer, Colonel Beringer, to leave the plantation in St. Nicholas Abbey and head to Spikestown. And subsequently, it said that they actually had him poisoned. When I say they, I'm referring to Sir John Yeamans and Beringer's wife. And he apparently died in the house in Speightstown. So after that, Sir John Yeaman was able to get his hand on the abbey. So he changed the name and he merged the two plantations, after which he went to South Carolina. He established some more wealth, but soon after that he died. And then Margaret, she married again, and the abbey, the name of the abbey was changed to St. Nicholas Abbey a couple generations after that, because it said that Beringer's granddaughter, she did not want the house to bear the same name as the person that was responsible for her grandfather's death. So I actually went to the abbey, and there you can see the owner's tree. So there you would see Colonel Beringer. He initially built the property with Margaret, and then it went to Sir John Yeamans. And now, Gibbs Plantation, this is associated with the Gibbs family, the same one that was mentioned in Mr. Green's presentation. We're going to talk about the museum, and he said it was actually the second oldest museum in Charleston. So Gibbs, yes, they were a family in Barbados. They actually had a very large plantation, some size around over 200 acres. It's actually on the south of Speightstown, actually bordering St. James and St. Peter. Now Gibbs is actually on the west coast of the island. So you would remember I mentioned about the west coast of the island taking the nickname the Gold Coast and the Platinum Coast because of the multi-million-dollar villas that popped up on the coast. So there we are at Gibbs Plantation, standing in the driveway, and we're actually looking down to the seaside and seeing some of those villas. So here's Gibbs Beach. It's said to be one of the most tranquil beaches on the island. And like I said, there are many multi-million-dollar properties on this particular beach. So that's a picture of one. And this one, Green Sleeves, this is where Britain's Prince Charles, where he stayed last year on his visit to Barbados. And I'm going to conclude in a minute, but I often hear the name Mount Pleasant being mentioned in South Carolina. So we had a Mount Pleasant here as well. So associated with Mount Pleasant, we have All Saints Anglican Church, which was erected as the first chapel of ease on the island. So it was mainly erected to ease the journey for the plantation owners, ease their journey to the parish church in Speightstown. Now it's sometimes called Mount Pleasant because, like I said, it's associated with Mount Pleasant Plantation, but because of the high elevation, it carried the name Mount Pleasant. And also at All Saints Church, we can find this plaque, which refers to the resting place of a guy called William Arnold. He was actually one of the first settlers to land in Old Town in 1627. So it says William Arnold, first English settler to step ashore on the William and John at Old Town, February 1627. And finally, this one is not in St. Peter, but I really could not go without throwing in this last bit. I often hear you guys boast about George Washington, how he spent some time in South Carolina. But I must mention that George Washington only left the US mainland once, and that is when he came to Barbados in 1751. So this is the house where he stayed. So it's actually a small museum now called George Washington Museum, and it's in the Garrison Bridgetown Historic Area. So I just want to say thank you guys. That is the end of my presentation. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope I didn't bore you guys too much.
Thank you so much, Carlo. Thank you. I wish we had the applaud. Thank you so much. That was awesome. That was fantastic. Let's go ahead. We have time for questions right through here. Everybody's clapping hands in the chat. That was wonderful. And we look forward to seeing you in Barbados once we kind of get on the other side of this pandemic situation.
Oh, yes.
Tour. All right. If you have a question, let's you can go ahead and write in the chat or the Q&A box, or let us know here if you like to. Let me get the screen right. If you want to raise your hand, then we can do it that way as well. We have about 10 minutes for Q&A, and then we'll take a 10-minute break before the next tour.
Yeah, I'm told that sometime my sound was distorted. I think it was probably my mic. So I think that is when I would have been doing the slides. So if you have any questions or if you need me to go back there, please do.
It was just for a short period of time. I think right after the walking tour, it was just a short period of time.
Okay.
Then it cleared up again.
Okay.
There was a Carlo. There was a question early on in the chat. Let me see about the thickness of. Let me go back up here. We were talking during the walking tour. You're talking about the thickness of the
walls.
Of the wall. And let me see. Let me find that question. 1 second here. Let me scroll down. Okay, yeah. What was the purpose? This is from Hiram. What was the purpose of the thickness of the walls? Was there a double purpose?
All right. Yeah, good question. All right, the walls back then obviously we had no steel, but the walls, the thickness, I would say a couple of reasons. First of all, the island, it was made of what I call limestone. So that's what they had on the island. So because these buildings, many times they just weren't one story, they actually went up. And it's also said that it contributed to the strength of the building, because a lot of these buildings would have survived hurricanes. It's said in Barbados, we get a major hurricane every 100 years. And also it served to keep these buildings cool back then, because Barbados, our climate is very hot.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that answers it.
There are a couple of questions about the chattel houses and why they're called that. Why are they called chattel houses?
Okay, that goes back to the old English term goods and chattel, meaning movable. So like it said, if you were working on a plantation, say in St. Peter, you would have your chattel house erected in St. Peter. If you got a piece of land, say now, and this is interesting, because if you remember, I said about the west coast of the island, how it went to be called the Gold Coast. So many times, a lot of persons wanted to be close to the plantation. So they would have erected their chattel houses close to the plantation. But later on, after sometime in the early 1900s, a lot of Bajans then were able to purchase pieces of land. And what they actually purchased was the land on the seaside, because that was the land that nobody really wanted. That was the land that went cheaply, because everybody wanted to be close to the plantation. So then they would move their houses to a lot of it being on the seaside. Now, the blacks as well has said that us being from Africa, we had a lot of superstition about the sea, said that there were evil spirits in the sea, and to this day, many Bajans still use the term, the sea ain't got no back door. So some Bajans actually go to the beach. So a lot of Bajans did not want that land on the seaside. So they erected chattel houses there, and like I said, that land went cheaply. But now in the 1980s, they had a real twist of fortune in that when it started to become the Gold Coast or the Platinum Coast, a lot of the wealthy persons from the US and from the America that wanted that beach land sometimes offered them millions for tiny pieces of land. And if you were to take a walk along the West Coast today, sometimes you see big, grand, multi-million-dollar mansions. And then next to it, you see a tiny chattel house. But it's called chattel house because it's actually movable. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you still see it done today. They actually take the house and like a IKEA furniture in a flat pack, take it down piece by piece and transport it to a new location.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Carlo. There are a couple other questions here in the chat box too. A lot of people saying thank you so much, excellent tour. They're looking forward to visiting Barbados, and we feel like we were there. Let's see. Someone here who knows you said good to see you again. Arthur Rose from San Francisco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rose.
Someone says Carlo said he wasn't a historian, but he is one. Fabulous job. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay, here's a question. Can Carlo explain his connection to the Alexandra School?
Okay, I think that may be someone that knows me. I'm actually, that's my alma mater. I actually went to Alexandra School, and Alexandra School was actually an all-girls school. So when it started on that particular property in the 1800s, it started with 33 young ladies and 3 teachers. But then 90 years later, in 1984, it took its first intake of boys. And me and my twin sister, I was actually in that first intake of 30 boys. And coincidentally as well, I'm supposed to be doing a Spitestone tour for the Alexandra Old Scholars alumni. Well, directly after this, sometime around 4 o'clock, if the weather holds up. So I think it's still on because, yes, the sun is still out. So I think that was someone that knows me.
Mm-hmm. Rhoda has a question.
Hi, Rhoda.
Here's an interesting thing, and I guess this is how we learn history, and this is how we put the pieces together, the patchwork. This book is entitled The Barbados American Connection, and it was written by a lady by the name of May Lumsden. I purchased, this is the first edition of that book. I purchased it online, and when I got it, it was sold in someone's estate. Comes to find out, the person who sold it owned the piece of property that is adjacent to Charlestown Landing, the Whaley family. And in this book, apparently she bought it and there was a question that she marked off. She was trying to determine if her family had connections to Barbados. And I saw on one of the slides that you showed, the Whaley family all along the line with the Gibbs family and that grouping of people who actually lived on Barbados before coming to the Carolinas. So sometimes we pick up tidbits of history just incidentally, but this was a question by the owner of the property that is adjacent to Charlestown Landing that is now owned by the Charleston County.
Okay.
And her question that was burning in her mind was if her family was the family really that came from Barbados. I just thought that was interesting. But the present and the past are connected. And that is what genealogy is all about. And that is a lot of what we do. So this is just a very current situation that would pique one's interest. It's just fascinating all the way around. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rhoda. Yeah, history of Barbados and particularly the history of Spitestone, to me, it's very fascinating. Like I said, I got hooked on it, and I was never into history, never really liked it. I mean, I grew up a couple minutes walk away from Spitestone. I've probably been to Spitestone thousands of times. The cannons that I showed you guys in the picture, I remember playing on those cannons when I was probably 4 or 5 years old. And I never, ever knew that Spitestone has such rich history until I started to do my research. And like I said, I got hooked on it.
Yeah, that's it. It'll get you.
are a couple more questions in the chat. Nicole asks, are the lives of enslaved people incorporated into the house tours in any of the houses?
No, because these houses are they're still privately owned, like the Challow House. A family actually lives there, so we can't actually go into the house. But many tourists, and Barbados is known for its people. These are people are really one of our greatest assets, especially in terms of tourism. So many persons, and Mr. Rose can attest to this. Mr. Rose actually said came to Barbados several times. So many tourists, sometimes they would get friendly with the agents, and many times they will be invited to our chapel houses to actually come inside the houses and have lunch with us and so on. I mean, I grew up practically on the beach, and I have several friends, long-standing friendships from England, from the West, and they would have come to the Challow House where I lived in St. Peter. And for them, it was just remarkable. I think it's something that they always wanted to do. They always wanted to get inside of one of these Challow houses, but some of them didn't really know how to ask. But that's as much as I can say about it. But if you come to Barbados, the Challow houses as well, sometimes they're built as an attraction, and they're little stores inside of these Challow houses.
Looks like your audio is getting choppy again, Carlo. The last question was, are there any photos of Harrison's cave, or does it not apply to the research?
No, I don't have any photos of Harrison's cave. I mean, when we talk about Barbados, I could go on for over an hour, but I was limited in terms of time.
Thank you.
That'll be the next gathering, right? Thank you so much. Thanks again, Carlo. Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, yes. Awesome job. Let's see. It's 1:10 Eastern time. Why don't we take just a 10-minute break? We're on schedule here, and we'll begin the Charleston tour in 10 minutes at 1:20 Eastern time. So let's take a quick break. We can get up and stretch, get something to drink, and come right back. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Are we all back? Alida, okay, I see you there. Let's see. All right. All right, welcome back, everyone. We had a wonderful tour and time in Spicetown, Barbados, and now we're going to Charleston, South Carolina with Alida. So Alida, I'll go ahead and I'll stop sharing the screen here. And let's see. There we go. All right. You have the floor. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Coming on the heels of Carlo, which was a fascinating adventure, you're going to hear and see some repetition. But repetition is good because in this case, it reinforces what our mission is yesterday and today, and going forward as we continue to understand and disseminate the strong link we have with Barbados and Charleston with South Carolina and North Carolina. Let me give a little bit of a background for the presentation that I'm going to show. In 2008, a group of people throughout South Carolina went on a trip to Barbados. There were visual artists, community folk, agency reps, organizational reps. The South Carolina Heritage Corridor during that time had been very, very active in getting the word out about the connection between Charleston and Barbados, and the corridor was actively working with Miss Rhoda Green on getting those pieces out. At that time, social media, as you recall, wasn't as big as it is now. So it was mostly electronic, print, and they were having a number of programs. So one of the programs that they had was an art contest, visual art contest. And so artists were asked to create something reflecting the connection. The winners were picked, and then there was an exhibit that traveled throughout South Carolina. And then some of the exhibits had programs attached. And then the culmination of that project was a trip to Barbados. So it was sometime late summer, early fall. I do remember it was before the presidential election of that year when Mr. Obama was running. Several people in the group had on Obama for President t-shirts. And I remember being at one of the panel discussions, and the Prime Minister made some mention about how they were rooting for candidate Obama to be successful. So anyhow, the group was assembled under the auspices of the South Carolina Heritage Corridor to go to Barbados. Part of the highlight was the exhibit, the visual art exhibit that had been traveling throughout the state would then premiere on the island. So large group went down. We had wonderful focus tours. We had presentations, panel discussions, a grand learning time. It was a very, very top-notch cultural experience. And so then I went representing the South Carolina African American Heritage Commission. Also, Ms. Janie Harriet, who's the chair of the commission. So the two of us went representing that body. And the annual meeting for the commission is usually held in January. So in January of 2009, we focused on the Carolina-Barbados connection as the theme for the annual meeting, which was a large part of our going on the trip the prior year. And so there were presentations, culinary experiences that were Bajan and Caribbean inspired. And several people came from Barbados to the annual meeting, gave presentations, gave support. We carted back a whole bunch of stuff, artifacts, souvenir items, books, et cetera, some of which we gave away, some we auctioned off, but we kept everything for that 2 days, focused on reconfirming and confirming for some who were just new to this subject matter, that link, the connections between Carolina and Barbados. So the PowerPoint that I'm going to show is one that I put together for that annual meeting in January 2009. So I'm just going to scroll through it without any commentary. I'll give you an opportunity to read the text. And then I'm going to show another small presentation of images that I took within the last week and images that I collected off of the internet. And then I'll give my 2 cents on those. So hopefully y'all are seeing a title screen. I'm getting some kind of security alert. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. This is the title screen. Does everybody see this?
Yes, busy.
Yes.
It's busy?
No, it's good.
Okay. Overview. And I will mention that this is kind of sideways, but you see North Carolina on the extreme right. So the Savannah River on the extreme left, which means that's going into, and you see the words Georgia. So this is, we had a presentation yesterday on the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. This is a large portion of that area and that federally designated territory known as the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. And so you see the names of all of the parishes, all 11 parishes in Barbados, except St. Lucie, that have been recycled throughout this area between Southern North Carolina, or this portion of South Carolina at the North Carolina border down to the Georgia border. And we just heard about St. John Yeamans and his business partner, Behringer, and Behringer's suspicious dying. Just want to check in to make sure everybody's seeing what I'm seeing. You should be seeing information on Steve Bonnet now. Okay. We heard about him yesterday.
Sorry for the interruption. Are we able to switch the interpreter to Nicole now, please?
Okay, thanks, Linda. Okay, I'll do that right now. I just saw Nicole's message. Thank you.
We just heard about the George Washington Museum. That's in St. Michael. Carlo just showed us at Arlington House the plaque documenting the twinning. I took an agricultural focus tour on that '08 trip, and this speaks to that about the WISC. These exhibits were in the George Washington Museum in Barbados. That's Miss Green's machete, or cutlass as she calls it. You're going to hear from Joe McGill next as we cross the Ashley River to go over to Magnolia Plantation, pictured top left. Joe was a member of the South Carolina African American Heritage Commission at that time that we did the Carolina-Barbados Focus annual meeting in '09 as well. Arlington House again. Jonathan Green was talking about Bussa this morning. There's a picture of the Bussa statue on the left, and then its creator on the inset. I'll play the sound clips in just a sec. I'm gonna play each one of them twice. Start off with the US English, of course, versus UK English.
Did you see Mr. Smith's dog? I saw her running really fast over there between the barn and the stream.
Okay, one more time.
Did you see Mr. Smith's dog? I saw her running really fast over there between the barn and the stream.
Okay, here's Gullah.
And I see Mr. Smith's dog. I shim just a running up over there towards the barn and the stream.
And again.
And I see Mr. Smith's dog. I shim just a running up over there towards the barn and the stream.
Bajan. Oops.
Did any of you see Mrs. Smith's dog? I see she running fast between the barn and the stream.
Again.
Did any of you see Mrs. Smith's dog? I see she running fast between the barn and the stream.
And lastly, Patois.
Me say, no see Mr. Smith dog, run like a idiot over there to the barn and the stream.
Second time.
Me say, no see Mr. Smith dog, run like a idiot over there to the barn and the stream.
We just learned Hilton left from Speightstown. Okay, and second group of images. Y'all should be seeing a historical marker front and back. Hopefully. This marker is on Sullivan's Island. Sullivan's Island is east of Charleston. If you go to it, get to it from Charleston side, you cross the Cooper River, some locals say Cooper, and go through Mount Pleasant, which there's Mount Pleasant in St. Peter Parish, Barbados. Carlo just reminded us, and then go over more water across the bridge onto Sullivan's Island, and then right off the main road on the left is this African-American cemetery. This is the historical marker that was put up a number of years ago by a committee. Sullivan's Island is the very same island that many of the ships carrying enslaved people docked there in the 1700s on. It's the very same island. Unfortunately, you hear a reference to it being the Ellis Island of Black people. And many of us cringe when we hear that analogy. because Ellis Island was a place where people choosing to come to the US made their landfall and got processed. Not the same with Sullivan's Island, where you have people who were displaced and brought involuntarily to the Americas, to include Charleston area. There used to be about 5 to 7 Black homeowners over on Sullivan's Island. Another thing about Sullivan's Island, it's a very high-end residential area. The next island over is Isle of Palms, multi-million-dollar homes. A lot of people go there because of the beaches on both islands. But there were, and then they got quite a bit of businesses too, resorts. But there were at one time in the early 2000s, either 5 or 7 Black homeowners. And so they had a committee that they kept up the cemetery, also including supporters were part of that committee. And then you can see on the far right, the arrow, Barbados mentioned on the reverse of the marker among the peoples that were known to be on the island historically. This cross is affixed to an oak tree right in the front part of the cemetery. So it gives a very, can't think of an adjective, but it gives a touch to that sacred space. Charlestown Landing, which was the first permanent European settlement. You heard about it before. This is the picture here on the left. This image is the front entrance to the park, which it is today as part of the state park system. So right off of the main road, if you were to turn to go into this former plantation, then this one here on the left is what you would see. And then this directional sign is further in the park, right next to the replica of a vessel like the many that came from 1670 on, bringing Europeans, bringing enslaved Africans, bringing enslaved Caribbean folk, and also bringing cargo. Johns Island, also west of Charleston. An interesting thing about Johns Island is you see 4 different spellings and they're used interchangeably. So if you look at the red arrows, you see Johns with no apostrophe. That's commonly used by different businesses and services. And then the yellow arrow, I didn't see in this chunk of map, another one with the Johns with the apostrophe S, but you commonly see that. And by the way, as noted, Johns Island, as we know it today, was St. John's Parish, corresponding with St. John Parish in Barbados. And then the green arrow points to the angel oak tree, which you're going to see next. Major tourist attraction, brings many oodles and oodles of folk to Johns Island annually. Presently a City of Charleston park. Used to be just a tree in the community, but historically, from the proprietary period, probably through, I forget, but I think through the colonial period, it was a Quaker farm. And so this tree was on that family's farm. Ms. Green mentioned yesterday about the Quaker presence in Carolina colony. The Lord's proprietors, the early governors before the colonial period, instituted widespread religious freedom, which was a win-win. Folks who were being discriminated against because of their faith system were welcome to come to Charlestown and not be hassled, and that was written into the early Constitution. So then the Lord's proprietors were able, their piece of it was, I don't know how humanitarian it was, but what they got out of it was people to come and to people the area. And that was the bottom line. Bodies bring taxes and also bring development and commerce, trade. Same hot deals that we know of today. Oops, didn't mean to advance yet. Let me find the. Okay, back to the Angel Oak. If any of you familiar with Miss Septima Clark, who's well-known and cherished civil rights activist, human rights activist, who was an educator in Charleston native for many years, then lost her job because she was busted being an NAACP member. There was a state law that the legislature passed during high civil rights activity in South Carolina that certain government employees, to include teachers, could not be members. They didn't say the NAACP. What they did was said they could not be members of civil rights organizations. So, of course, what did that mean but the NAACP? I remember reading while doing some research on Ms. Clark once that she would go to the teachers' meetings, like the Charleston County Teachers Association, and have an umbrella slightly opened, and then folks would drop their NAACP dues money in that umbrella. So they had to keep it really low key and underground because of that law. But somehow the authorities became aware that she was not only a member, but high up in the hierarchy of the local NAACP, and she got fired. So then she segued into the civil rights, more so into the civil rights, human rights area with Highlander School activity and voters' rights advocacy, et cetera, et cetera. She accompanied Dr. King to Oslo when he went to get his Nobel Peace Prize. Well, she taught on John's Island for a period of time and would take her students here for outings. And back to this having been a former Quaker farm, and Quakers coming as a part of all of the many other denominations that were wooed by the Lord's proprietors, saying, y'all come, you won't get hassled for your religious belief. Any 7 people can make up a religious group. And they wrote that in the early Constitution. That Constitution was a reworking of the one in place already in Barbados. We saw Sir Colleton's plantation that Carlo showed us. He was one of the Lord's proprietors, and we have south of Charleston, Colleton County. So the recycling of those names of the proprietors, as well as many of the names that we encountered and that are there to be encountered in Barbados. You see them throughout the Charleston area, throughout parts of South Carolina and into North Carolina. This area of downtown Charleston is a peninsula. So we've moved now from east of Charleston, west of Charleston, south of Charleston. Now we're on the peninsula for a couple slides. And Charlestown was structured in boroughs. Many of them had the actual name borough in them. Cannon Borough, Elliott Borough, Ratcliffe Borough, Anson Borough, Mazik Borough, et cetera, et cetera. This one, Hampstead, was one that didn't have that. And so most people know this area as the East Side. And there was a period of time that the East Side was the considered the bad area. High concentration of African Americans, crime activity. But of course, when you have some socioeconomic issues, areas then get stigmas of being just, just the worst place around. And sometimes are blamed for activity that's not really there. And a lot of times you find, and we saw a lot of this during the Black Lives Matters protests recently, after Brother Floyd was killed and others this year, people coming in from other areas and starting mess. We saw that during those protests in an area like Hampstead that had that baggage of being the bad area. A lot of times it was folks coming in from other areas into this area, and stuff would jump off. But today, this is an area after the Civil War where a lot of freed African Americans, formerly enslaved people, gravitated to, because it was above the line of demarcation that was known as Calhoun Street today. That's where Mother Emanuel is, which was Boundary Street historically, and that was the boundary between the city and the county, or wouldn't have been called county, but the city and out of the city. So we have Line Street, for example, which was the lines at one time. Denmark Vesey was hung near the lines, and you see that written in the newspaper the day before he was killed. But after the Civil War, this area north of Boundary Street is where a lot of African Americans and European immigrants gravitated to. Many of the Europeans had corner stores and other businesses. And so this area had become predominantly African American for many, many years. But it, like many neighborhoods on the peninsula and throughout America, are victims of the G word, gentrification, as well as other revitalization, which is, some would say, is just a way to hide the G word, and all sorts of change, transition. So the ethnicity of the East Side has changed tremendously over the last 20, 30 years. So back to our pictures, you can see a large incidence of single houses, which are strongly felt to have come from Barbados. And I say strongly felt because they're dribblings of the single house coming from Europe, that style, the one room wide. And in Charleston and surrounding areas that incorporated this classic design, many of the houses, because of the climate, the semi-tropical climate, many of the single houses have the porches on the side, also called piazzas, some call them verandas. So you definitely want to come out on the porch and catch a nice breeze on a stifling hot day. And that's a whole phenomenon in itself, a whole dissertation itself, the porch culture, because that's where you came to entertain company. If you didn't want to take them in the house, or you weren't allowed to take them in the house, that's where you went to get your hair plait on Saturday night for church. That's where you went to peel shrimp and deal with seafood. You don't want that smell in the house. That's where you had your plants. If you raised chickens, when you could do so downtown, you could have some of that activity in the yard and on the porch. So on the single houses, the porches face usually south or west. So the left picture is America Street, and porches are facing south. Again, on both sides of the street, you see single house after single house, and note the vivid colors. We saw lots of beautiful vivid colors in Carlo's tour. And then the picture on the right is Reed Street, which these two streets intersect. Again, one single house after another, and these porches are facing west. And you see the colorfulness as well. Look at the Hayward Washington house again, built about 1772 in the older part of the historic district on the peninsula. And then if you look on the picture of the house between the right two windows, you see the diamond in the plaque. This is a blow up of the diamond on the right, documenting the president's stay there in the spring of 1791. He stayed in Charleston for about 5 days, coming in from coastal North Carolina into Georgetown and then into Mount Pleasant, and then was boated across the Cuppa into Charleston, docked at the Old Exchange building, which is a museum. Grand ball held for him upstairs on the 3rd floor. And then he was out and about among the citizenry. Hayward is a family very ingrained in the Charleston area, rice planters. Much of their prosperity was from that agricultural endeavor, major enslavers. One of the Haywards was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. And also DuBose Hayward, who was the author of Porgy, the novel Porgy. He lived right across the street from this house. You could throw a rock from this Hayward Washington house to his house. He was a Hayward family descendant. That's what the opera Porgy and Bess was based on, his novel Porgy. And finally, look at the pink house on the left. Remember the one that Carlos showed us, the Speightstown Resource Center? It was pretty much the same pink color on the top. That one had the pink up top and I think green at the bottom. And look up here at the, he calls it the Dutch roof. So here's a Charleston version of that same architectural feature, except this is a single house. This one was built late 1700s, called a tenement. Then a single house attached to it to its left. And these are right around the corner from the Hayward Washington house. And then finally, the plaque on the right. Okay, in downtown Charleston is called the Four Corners of Law. The Believe It or Not man, Ripley, gave it that name, it said. So on one corner, on the southeast corner, you have St. Michael's Church, Michael's Episcopal Church, oldest church building in Charleston, constructed 1761. Then, so that's the law of God. Across from it, you have the federal courthouse. So that's the law of the federal government. If you've seen the movie Separate but Equal, that was filmed there, because the Briggs versus Elliott court proceeding was held in that courthouse, and that was one of the 5 cases that collectively became Brown versus the Board in 1954. So then that's on the southwest corner, also the post office in with the federal courthouse. But across from it, you have the county courthouse, which was the state house at one time. A lot of people know, and a lot don't know, that Charleston was the capital of South Carolina at one time until the late 1700s. Then it was moved to Columbia because it was felt Columbia was more centralized. That area is called the Midlands because of it being in the middle of the state. So the state house was on the across from the federal courthouse until it was moved, and then the I think that building burned, can't remember. And then now the county courthouse is there, and then across from the county courthouse, which is facing on the fourth corner facing St. Michael's Church. So that would be the northeast corner is City Hall. So law of God, law of federal government, law of the county, and then law of the city. To the back and to the side of City Hall is a park called Washington Park, after George Washington, large statue of him in the middle of it. And then there's a wall between that park and the single house next door, which is a private, an 18th century private residence. So along that wall are several plaques to different people, honoring different people. And this particular plaque is one. So Carlo just talked about, and Ms. Green just talked about the Gibbs family. And we heard from Mr. Green about the exhibit he has now at the Gibbs Art Gallery. So that family, here's another family member, earlier family member, which you can see was a part of the colonial government. And I'm just going to get out of this. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Allison. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and open up for Q&A. Let's see. Another fascinating view. Thank you so much. There's a lot in there too. A lot of historical information, a lot of great pictures. Let's see. Let me pull everything up here. Okay. Uh-oh, 1 second. Oh, goodness. I'm not seeing the chat box. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, I see it. Never mind. Something had happened there. Okay. Okay. All right, I think we're set up here. So if anyone has a question or comment, please go ahead and, leave a question or comment in the chat or the Q&A box, or go ahead and raise your hand and get started. Thank you.
Alada, while we're waiting for questions, I wanted to thank you for sharing those audio clips. As a linguist, I'm always excited to hear the different voices. I wonder if you have a sense of whether or not the language, the Gullah Geechee language, is changing among younger speakers, and if you're aware of any such changes in Bajan as well.
Well, I can speak to Gullah. That's my native language. I've seen a lot of change. For example, Gullah I heard growing up, a lot of those words and phrases you don't hear anymore. I made a comment yesterday during one of the other linguists' presentations where he mentioned about uniform as a Bajan word. I heard uniform in the 60s. I used to think it meant new uniform, because those of us who went to parochial school, we had to wear uniforms. My school, you had to wear it from first grade up, wore on up to 12th grade. So again, a lot of the words and phrases that I heard growing up, which would have been in the 60s, and then older in the 70s. But when you grow up in Charleston and surrounding areas, which are part of the Gullah Geechee Nation or the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor, whether you speak it or not, and that's a whole nother conversation, because many of us were forced not to speak it. You hear it, it's all around you. And so a lot of what I heard during my growing up years You just don't hear it anymore. So in tourists, which to mention my background, I've been a tour guide since 1982. So I'm working on my 38th year. And so I do tours of Charleston and surrounding areas, highlighting African-American experience. And there's such a strong interest in Gullah Geechee culture, Gullah Geechee heritage. I work a lot of that in as well as do presentations on the culture when need be and when asked. So that's a very hot question, because a lot of people come, and I know Carlo can attest to this as well, a lot of people come with expectations, with stuff they heard, with stuff people told them, with stuff they saw online from unreliable sources, from movies, et cetera, et cetera. So they come to Charleston or whatever site with set ideas in mind. For example, when I take people over to James Island or John's Island, they think we're going to take a boat. And one of the common things is people think they're going to go, when you talk about Gullah Geechee culture, they think you're going to take them to this enclave in the woods and you have people there dressed a certain way and doing these crafts and things. And people commonly will say, like they did in slavery time. So they think that this, you know, and especially if they're familiar with the show Gullah Gullah Island, it used to be on Nickelodeon. So again, people have heard things, there are stereotypes that are still clipped in people's minds. And so they come with this certain expectation. Some of them get rather pissed if they don't find what they thought they would, or were told that they would, or expected that they would, to include the language. So they think that when they're going to this place in the woods with people dress old-timey and doing this old-timey stuff, making soap and candles, I reckon, that, you know, people will be talking, as people would say, talking that Geechee talk, is what we heard growing up, and was not a positive thing. That was steeped with a lot of negativity and stereotypes. Some people knew it, some people didn't. So a common question I often get is, are young people still speaking Gullah? Still hear it today? Not heard it at one time is my response. A lot of the language has morphed and has evolved into more of a vernacular, a local Southeast coastal vernacular. Okay, so you still hear the rhythm, which is reflective of West Africa as well as the English Caribbean. You still hear and see the sentence structure and the way words are grouped. But a lot of the actual vocabulary is not there anymore. So like, for example, in the older days, you may have heard people saying una or yena or una for you. You don't hear that anymore. In the older days, you would hear people say any or auntie, any with an N or any with a T to slur it over for, depending on how you use it, for isn't it or aren't you? You're going to the store now, Annie? You're going to the store now, aren't you going to the store now? Or you're going to the store now, right? So when in my growing up time, that any or any kind of morphed into in it. So you hear a lot of the kids today will say, "You're going to the store, in it," you know. So, but language evolves just like anything else in culture and in society. So that would be my response. The short version.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Is it your sense that younger speakers also prefer the term Geechee as opposed to Gullah, or are you not seeing that?
Usually you hear Gullah Geechee, and it's still a little bit of controversy, but as a result of the National Park Service and all of their work in creating, they did their very, very deeply intense special resource study, which is their protocol before designating a federal area. That was done in the late 1990s, early 2000s, special resource study. They went to the Department of Interior, then went to Congress, and then that's when in 2006, the legislation went through that Bush #2 signed, that it created the the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. So I lost my train of thought. What was the question again?
Whether or not Geechee seems to be favored among younger.
Oh, so Gullah, thank you. So Gullah versus Geechee. So as a result of all of the town hall meetings, et cetera, that came up during getting ready for the special resource study and molding the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor, there was a revisioning of our looking and looking at the culture, looking at the language, to include the geographical confines, which the southern North Carolina down to North Florida going inland, and then also St. Augustine, who petitioned to be a part of the corridor when they celebrated their 500th anniversary because of the enslaved people that went south instead of north. So more people, answer your question more specifically, today you see Gullah Geechee more so, with most people agreeing that Gullah is the language, Geechee is the people. So when you, at first you used to see Gullah / Geechee and then Gullah - Geechee, and then it was decided just to drop the hyphen or the slash, and it's just, so usually today, you'll see the two words just together, Gullah Geechee, like African American without punctuation. And so that encapsulates the language and lifeways, culture, and heritage. And so today versus when I was growing up, when somebody called you a Geechee, because I didn't hear Gullah that much. I didn't. I heard Geechee all the time growing up. And when people called you a Geechee, usually it was not a positive mention. And often that would cause fights if you allowed yourself to go that route. But it would anger you because people, if they find out you're from Charleston, Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, Savannah, et cetera, they automatically call you a Geechee. Okay, that's all well and good, but it was just such negative, crazy stuff attached to that you didn't want to be associated with that. And I realized one day, why didn't we like being called Geechee? And I was reminded of Kuji Chagalia, one of the principles of Kwanzaa. You know, you don't want people defining you, you know, and defining you in such a crazy way, or as we would say locally, such a fool way, you know? So as a result of all of the revisionism that went on and relooking at the culture, the geography, the history, the heritage, among the community scholars, the academic scholars, the government entities, most people agree also, in addition to the Gullah Geechee two words put together, that it's a prideful situation. It's nothing to be ashamed of. And people would just have, you know, make you feel like you're from the country, you're a bumpkin, you know, you dress like those country people. I guess that's mean mixing stripes and plaids and polka dots, you know, whatever people had in their brain that certain things meant. And it's a source of pride. And what I tell people on tours is, when you look at a group of people who came through a nasty enslavement that many of our ancestors did, most of our ancestors did, and you were deprived of learning the lingua franca formally, you had to go by what you were hearing, you know, and then repeating this, and particularly you coming from a different linguistic base. So all of the languages from West Africa, and then the English that was strong in the Caribbean, they're being brought here with that language base, and then having to, particularly those who didn't speak any type of English, and then having to hear what was being spoken around them. And of course, in addition to the UK English, you had the French and the Swiss and other European groups, Germans. There were a lot of them. You had the Jewish households. They have a strong history here of speaking Hebrew. So we were smart people. In order to be displaced, survive, and then have to take in all of these people's culture at the same time, being forced to give up our own at the expense of being punished or hurt. And you got all of these people speaking all of the stuff around us, and you're absorbing it, but the main thing being the UK English, and then forcing yourself to learn that. Well, going through that kind of cultural chaos, then what's going to come out, and particularly as it results in the language part of it, it's not going to come out the Queen's English. And then who speaks the Queen's English anyway? So it's not going to come out proper, because growing up, you would hear that Gullah was rusty English. It was corrupted English. It was this, it was that. And what I tell people is, it's its own language. It's not English, it's English based. Okay, it's Gullah, it's English based. And people initially had to learn it the best way they could. So it came out the best way it could. And of course, it was laced with their African languages, with their Caribbean flavor. And so we need to be proud of that as natives. This is nothing to look down on. We need to be proud of it. And we need to share this pride to anybody who wants to listen. And so many people now are coming to South Carolina as they're doing genealogy. So people want to be Gullah Geechees now, or they had some hint that somewhere in the South, this part of the South was in their bloodline. And then people, you know, when I give examples of English, examples of Gullah on tours, and people will say, well, oh, my granddaddy talked like that. Or, oh, my grandmama said words like that. And I was thinking, well, you know, it's Gullah Geechee stuff in my bloodline as well. So it's evolved from something, don't call me that, I'll knock you out, to a strong source of pridefulness.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Hiram, I think, has a question.
I wanted to say something relative to what Alida was talking about as it relates to Barbados. Am I recognized or someone else?
Go ahead, Rhoda. Yeah. And then
Yeah.
we'll bring in Hiram next.
What I was reflecting on was yesterday's discussion about language. And then I was thinking about Bajan as we knew it and comparing it to Gullah. One of the things that stood out, and that is, it actually stands out now that we have dealt with it in this session. Barbados, when the enslaved were brought to Barbados en masse, you know, a lot of them, it would have been like in the 1640s, late 1630s, 1640s. And at that point, they started to, well, let's say the birth or the emergence of Bajan would have started. And that continued on. And when we're talking about Gullah in particular, when masses of people were brought from West Africa, when rice was being discovered, that would have been in the 1730s, late 1720s. That's almost 90 years. So my question, or what I'm trying to understand, or at least what comes to mind, is that's a 90-year period when Barbadians, or the people who were brought enslaved in Barbados, had the influence of English, and their language or the way they spoke had a longer period of time to be modified. And hence, when you compare it with enslaved people who came to the Carolinas en masse around the 1730s, you would see a closer linkage to Africa than you would see in the spoken language, the Bajan, spoken by the Barbadians. And I can attest that when we go back home, when we go back to Barbados, and you hear Barbadians who are just talking informally, they're talking faster. When you gave your presentation, it wasn't that swift calling of words, which when you hear all of that rhythmically and fast, it's hard to understand even for us who grew up in Barbados and heard it before, but having been away from it, it sounds like you still understand it, but it is so foreign because you haven't been hearing it all along. So my point is 90 years between when enslaved were brought to Barbados and when masses were brought from West Africa, from some of the same places to the Carolinas. That's a long period of time. And you can see how language would change, how assimilation would occur. So sometimes when we were listening to your presentation, the Gullah, even though some of the words you could understand them, but the rhythm, the pace, and all of that is so different. So all of those things we need to consider when we are making comparisons or trying to find how connected it is, or whether one flows from the other. What are the extenuating circumstances, societal changes, modification, and all of those? How are those situations, how are those things factored into what we speak today, whether in Barbados or in Gullah Geechee land?
Spoken like a true linguist, Rhoda. Very good points. Hi, Hiram, are you still there? And apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name.
That's fine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A couple of quick questions. I'm still hearing that they're still having land disputes with the Gullah indigenous and the government. Can you speak on that? And also, what was the other question? Oh, the slides. Are the slides available so that we can take a closer view of them?
I can certainly get with Dr. Simmons about it. You're talking about my slides, right?
That's correct.
Yes, I can get to Dr. Simmons about putting them on the IAAR website or however they would do it so that they can be accessed.
Fantastic.
So sure, check with them soon. And in terms of the land issues, I would say the biggest problems are gentrification, which would be in some instances government with the eminent domain, government encroachment, as well as heirs property. That has always been historically a major issue in land retention versus land loss, and it still continues to be.
Good luck with that one.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Sharon had a question earlier. Are there any known instances where South Carolina families have connected with their Barbados relatives through either genealogy research and or DNA?
Yes. Yes, I can give you a very moving one. And it has been part of the history of Drayton Hall for a long time. But here's the story. I met Mr. Richmond Bowen, I would say it would have been in the 90s, late 1980s, early 1990s. And Mr. Bowens told the story of his people coming from Barbados with the Drayton family. That would have been in the late 1670s or probably early 1680s. And Mr. Bowens was a genteel old man. When I first met him, he wasn't that old. I mean, he was very vibrant. And for a while, he worked at the front gate of Drayton Hall. But as he got older, he was he would sit in what was then the gift shop, and he would tell the story of his people coming with the Draytons from Barbados, and they were called the Bowens from Barbados. And Mr. Bowens would entertain visitors to Drayton Hall. When I met him, he had never been to Barbados. And through the Barbados Tourism Board, talking about the history and looking for those areas of connection, the Barbados Tourist Board the embassy out of New York said, well, we should invite Mr. Bowens. We kind of decided that that would have been a nice thing to do, to invite Mr. Bowens to Barbados. We did so, and it was in about 1997, 98, a trip was arranged, and we went to Barbados with Mr. Bowens. He brought three generations of his family. There were two. Anyway, what happened is one of our historians in Barbados, Mr. Trevor Marshall, I spoke to him because Mr. Bowens had a question. He was excited to go because his family had passed that story on from generation to generation. But when it was getting close to the time, Mr. Bowens said, if it isn't Bowens with an S, they ain't no kin of mine. They're no kin. But at that time, he was 88 years. We went on the trip. I thought to myself, but that wouldn't make that much of a difference, because if a group of people by the name of Bowen were being brought to Barbados around that time, and they talked about them in the plural, it would be Bowens, the Bowens family. So that was my interpretation. So I called one of our historians in Barbados, well-known, well-established, and asked him, I said, Trevor, what do you think about this? He said, oh, don't worry about that. That's common. It's probably because it was a family of Bowens. What Trevor did was identified some Bowens in Barbados. Now they continue, their names were Bowens. Their names was Bowen, not with an S. One of them was a TV personality. Another one was a major banker. But when we went to Barbados, and we went to a plantation in St. Lucie by the name that was called Hope Plantation, because Trevor Marshall knew all about it. He said, I know where they came from. I know where they would have originated from. And so what happened, he got the family to come. And it was one of those hair-raising experiences, because when those two Bowen boys or young men stood beside Mr. Richmond Bowen, their stature, the structure of their face, the height, they were splitting images of. One would not question whether they were related. Mr. Bowens took one look at those boys. Grant you, he was 88 and they were, I would say, maybe in the late 30s, in their 30s. He said, S or no S, these are my kin. And it was such an embrace. And it was just such a moving experience, because the generations, the three generations that were there, saw the similarities, and somehow they felt something that bound them together. So that, his statement, Mr. Bowen's statement, S or no S, these are my kin. And that was the experience. So that is one family. There were others, but we have found some of those people who actually had ties, and not recent ties, but ties dating back from that early period of settlement. That's one family. Another family that told Mr. Philip Simmons, the iconic blacksmith, I interviewed him. I was doing some transcription for The Longshoreman. Mr. Philip Simmons told me one of his ancestors came from Barbados, but they had no documentation. They had no documentation, so they never told the story. But that was information he had gotten from one of his I think it might have been his, one of them, I don't remember exactly, but that story was known. They didn't have any birth certificates or any other documentation to prove it. But he said he knew that one of his family members came. So Dr. O would have been from that line. And that would have dated very early in the settlement. So those are two examples.
We also, I'd like to add to that, Rhoda, we also have Rebecca Campbell and her sister Kathy, who are also at Drayton Hall, and Deborah Grace Weston. And so they found connections. And we also did a trip.
Barbados with us.
Yeah, they did. And we also did a trip to London for the bicentennial of the Abolitionist Slave Trade Act. And we took Rebecca and her sister went, Miss Minnie Kennedy, who at the time was like 90 years old, went on that trip. I went on that trip, and we hooked up with Bill Drayton, who is a British guy.
That's
and
right.
he also had ties back to Drayton Hall. So we found out he used to always tease and tell them that they were all cousins and stuff through Drayton Hall. And so we had that British connection as well. And that was in 2007. I think it was either 6 or 7, whenever that bicentennial took place.
Right.
Thanks, Ramona. So we're a little bit behind schedule, and I want to keep us on track. I'll just mention there were some comments in the Q&A in the chat about this Irish-Scottish influence on Gullah and Black languages, perhaps more generally because of the contact in the plantation economy. And also some mention of the Gullah Bible as a way of preserving the language in written form. And so, Alida, just to turn it back to you and then to Kim, there was a question about the 4 corners of law. The question from Teresa was, could you repeat the names of the 4 corners of law? And then I'll hand it back.
The law would be the law of God, St. Michael's Church, built 1761, the law of the federal government, which is the post office courthouse, the law of the county, which is the county courthouse, and then the law of the city, City Hall. It's the intersection of Meeting and Broad Streets in downtown Charleston.
Okay. All right. Thanks again, Alida. Thank you so much. This was fascinating and very, very important conversation. Thank you so much. Wonderful job. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Yes. Okay. I know Mr. Joe McGill is ready for us at Magnolia Plantation and Gardens. I wanted to also mention, if I can get to my notes here, that he is the founder and executive director of the Slave Dwelling Project. And so I know this is in large part what he's doing there at Magnolia. So, okay, Joe, thank you so much. And I'm going to, let's see here, 1 second. Let me give you the, okay, what happened? 1 second here. Uh-oh. There you are, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, we're ready. You're ready, Joe. Thank you.
All right, this is Joe. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
hello, can you hear?
We can hear you.
Okay, that's good. That's beautiful. So right now I've got the camera pointed to me. I guess you're seeing me right now. I'm at Magnolia Plantation and Gardens. I don't have one of those fancy presentations that you saw. You may hear some wind because I'm outside. I'm testing out this technology as I go, the ability to do Zoom on my phone. There's a lot of people out here at Magnolia Plantation and Gardens today. I've got my mask on. Can you guys understand me with my mask on?
Yes.
Okay, I saw a thumbs up. All right, beautiful. So I don't know if I have the capability to point this thing, change the camera angle. Right now, you're just looking at me. So let me turn what you're looking at around. So I want to let you know that I'm on the Ashley River right now. That's if you can see that. That is the Ashley River, and that's where I am. Of course, Charleston, South Carolina is situated between the Ashley River and the Cooper River. Charleston's on a peninsula. Where I'm at right now, Magnolia Plantation, when the settlers, the colonizers, came over from Barbados, they initially settled on a place on this river, a little further up that river, closer in the direction of where I'm from, going towards the city. That was Charlestown Landing. Albemarle Point is what it was called at that time. Of course, in this acquisition of this land, of course, purging the natives was a part of acquiring this land in this experiment that King Charles II was conducting. When they landed there at Charlestown Landing, of course, they started experimenting with what would grow or what they could extract from the land and send back to England, of course. And they proceeded to do that. They were successful in doing that. They were successful in colonizing. But after doing what they did at Charlestown Landing or at Albemarle Point, at the time that they were doing that, they were also purging natives. Before they could acquire property like we're on right now, which is now known as Magnolia Plantation and Gardens, again, before they could acquire the land, they had to purge the natives. And once they were purged, the acquisition of the land began. So as I continue to walk away from the river, I'm going to turn this thing back to me. As I continue to walk away from the river, I'm going to walk into some places that I want to stop and talk about a little. Um, and we'll do this thing hopefully in a manner that's understandable. So, in this purging, the Draytons, that's Drayton, the Draytons were allowed to acquire this property through marriage. The proprietors, when King Charles II divided the land amongst the proprietors, then they benefited financially by selling the land. Well, Mr. Fox bought some property, and the Draytons married into the Fox family, and they then acquired this property through marriage. Now, the Draytons, coming from Barbados, brought four enslaved people with them. So, of course, they came over here with wealth, and of course, Barbados, the Drayton family were there farming sugarcane. Their again, their interest in Barbados was sugarcane. They did handsomely in growing this sugarcane. They became quite wealthy, and of course, in their continuation of colonizing, and this being an English colony, Charleston, South Carolina, of course, being an English colony, the Draytons actually had quite some influence here in these English colonies. The Draytons managed to prosper along with the city of Charleston. Of course, the city of Charleston by 1770, the 1770s, became the fourth largest city in this nation behind New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and then there was Charleston, South Carolina. Of course, when the Draytons acquired this land, they started to do what they were doing at Albemarle Point, at Charlestown Landing. Okay, so I want to pause right here. I'm at a place where I want to show you something. I want to turn the camera around again. Right now, where I am, I'm standing in front of the main house. So let me turn the camera around so hopefully you can see that. So there's the main house. A lot of people come to Magnolia Plantation for what you see there in front of you. And all throughout this presentation, you're going to hear me talking about what people come to see versus what a lot of people don't come to see. A lot of people come to see this main house right now. That's not the original house. That's not even an antebellum house. There were two antebellum houses here on this property. The first antebellum house burned accidentally. It was struck by lightning. And for those of you who are familiar with Drayton Hall, you know what Drayton Hall looks like. That house was made of brick. That first house was made of brick. So you take into account those bricks were made by enslaved people. So again, that first house was made of brick, burned accidentally, struck by lightning. The second house that was built here was made of wood, and that house actually burned also, but it was burned deliberately by a contingency of Sherman's men. So I'm going to turn this camera back around to me because I'm going to walk some more. Um, all right, so I'm walking now away from the house. Let me show you that house again. Okay, so that is what is known right now. See, that's the front of the house now. Now, historically, that would have been the back of the house because, of course, the house would have been oriented to that river that I just walked away from. It would have been oriented to the Ashley River. And all the houses built of that period were oriented to rivers. So let me turn this back around so I can see where I'm going, do what I need to do. Now guys, now we're about to walk past something here that's a little controversial. And I'm not gonna talk about it as I walk by it, but as I walk away from it, maybe we can talk about it a little more. I'll turn the camera at it as I get closer to it, and you'll see, you know, what I'm talking about. But I want to be discreet with what I'm doing here. I'm employed here, so let me turn the camera around. Okay, I hope you guys saw that. That's I say controversial because, you know, in the news lately, it's this thing about weddings on plantations. And about a month ago, the New York Times published a piece on weddings on plantation. I was quoted in that, and you know, if you can reference that if you want. But there's a lot of, you know, that happening on plantations, and it happens here at Magnolia Plantation and Gardens, and it happens often here at Magnolia Plantation and Garden. Okay, again, I'm walking away from the house. I don't know if you can see that. There's a vehicle coming towards me. That vehicle is going to take a turn to go and join the many other vehicles that are here. We've got a lot going on the plantation today. There's some type of band over there. I don't know if you can hear some of their singing, but they are quite loud. So that's going on. So what's going to happen, folks? I'm also going to walk by the slave cabins, and if the timing's right, I can take you in the cabins with me. But what I also want to do is I want to walk past the slave cabins and take you by a rice field, well, a former rice field. The growing of rice went away during the Civil War when the free labor went away. Now, rice in general, being planted here in South Carolina, went away for three main reasons. Of course, during the Civil War, the free labor went away. And then, right around the turn of the century, a series of hurricanes forced the salt water further inland. And then the third blow was that the mechanization was actually geared towards flat, solid land and not swamps like this. Okay, you see the parking lot? That's our overflow parking, folks. That means that those normal, regular parking lot that we have, they're full. Actually, this is the third overflow parking lot. That means that parking lot 1, parking lot 2 is full. We got all these folks out here, and let's see, it's November, and it's hot. You guys see the sun? It's pretty hot. So we're not very far right now from the cabins. So I want to get the cabins into view. Let me go ahead and let you excuse me again, I got to get out of the way. There's a car coming up here behind me. I got to be careful. And there is a point in this tour, I'm going to have to be careful again because I got to watch out for alligators because those things are abundant here. So now, if I got to worry about alligators, think about our enslaved ancestors and the fact that they too had to be aware of their surroundings, be aware of alligators also. All right. Hello, how are you? All right. So here I am. I'm about to cross this road. I got to check the traffic. I see my colleague is here. He's got a group here. So it might be that we cannot go through the cabins at this very moment because I don't want to disturb that. So let me turn this camera around. All right. I'm approaching this tree. So there's a train right there. I drive that train. I bring groups of people out here to see the cabins. All right. People walk past this tree and they said, oh man, if that tree could talk. Because, you know, see the cabins right there? And I have to remind them, if this tree could talk, it would be saying some bad things. Because I know it would do some bad things. Although kids are kids, kids do what kids do. Kids climb trees. But those are kids. You know, at some point, those kids are going to have to understand. They're going to have to learn that they're enslaved people. And with that came restrictions. So all those things that, you know, our kids do today and are proud to do, sometimes they got challenged in that. Okay, folks, you see the cabins there. We're going to come back. We're going to take a more thorough look inside the cabins. Okay, right now, I'm going to have to be a little quiet because I'm about to pass my friend. He's out there doing that job that I usually do when I bring people over here. So I'm going to be quiet and let him do what he needs to do as I walk past, but I'll let you witness what's going on. So yeah, so
Joe? Joe? Joe?
and of course I have to disappoint them and let them know that the Drayton's for slave owners. And I have to be as diplomatic as possible. I gotta answer their questions as if they don't know, because they don't, because they come here expecting to hear that they were. That's the education that they've gotten. That's the sugar-coated, watered-down history that they've gotten in their time. Now, I enjoy telling them no. I mean, I get a thrill out of it, but it speaks to the problem that we have, that the problem that that we deal with in this narrative of history that we have received. Okay, I don't see anybody here in the path. I'm going to go ahead and lower my mask so I can talk a little better, get a little more oxygen in my lungs. So that's important too. So I'm about to approach this place, guys. I want to show you a good example of the knowledge that our ancestors brought with them from Africa. You know, making a swamp grow rice, engineering a swamp to grow rice is what they did. And they did it so beautifully. Now, of course, their labor was stolen in the process, but these were very smart people. It was more than just their strength that they were operating in these plantations. Okay, let me turn it around here. I'm hoping you could see what I'm looking at here. okay, this is kind of where it starts. And I got to be careful in this place because I'm hoping you can see that sign right there. It says, caution, do not approach alligators. I don't plan to do that. And I hope they do likewise. They don't approach me. But you got to take precautions. Sometimes I come through here, I can see an alligator, and the people on the receiving end of this, they get a treat. I don't know if that's the case. I don't see any yet. And if I see one, I hope I'll see it before it sees me. I hope it's not on the prowl. Hope nothing's going to lunge out of that water and grab me. I think I see one out there, but it's going to be hard for you to see. You can't. Yeah, I do see one kind of almost maybe 50 feet away from where I am. I do see one out there, but it's harder to see. It's hard for me to see. I know it's even harder for you to see it. If it were closer, I'd try to point it out a little better. But anyway, see all that out there, guys? Check it out. All out there that you see. That's a rice field. That's a former rice field. Now, a lot of people who come to Magnolia Plantation and Gardens, they'll go on the nature tour and they'll come by here, and usually there's a lot going on. There's a platform out there. There's an alligator on it. We've got platforms out there specifically for alligators, turtles, whatever, to climb up on. And for the visitors, that's a great spectacle. But what we want the visitors to understand is all this nature that they're admiring is because of our enslaved ancestors with those connections to Barbados, with those connections to Africa, coming over here and engineering this swamp to grow rice for the benefit of the Draytons, for the benefit of the enslavers. Now think about this. In addition to alligators, they're dealing with snakes, they're dealing with mosquitoes and snapping turtles. They're dealing with all that. And a lot of folks ask, well, why didn't they escape? Well, some of them did escape, but when they escape, they're still dealing with those things that I just told you about. Alligators, snakes, mosquitoes, all that stuff that, and not to mention those things, those mammals like wildcats and things of this nature. Our enslaved ancestors were dealing with all of that. All right, let me see if I see any alligators close by. I don't. So I guess you guys don't get a treat by seeing an alligator. But anyway, where I'm headed to, guys, now, I'm headed to the cemetery. I want to go to the cemetery, show you a few headstones in the cemetery. In this thing that I do, the Slave Dwelling Project, and finding slave dwellings wherever they are and spending nights in them. A lot of places that I go, some have cemeteries that are identified, some have no clue where the formerly enslaved on that plantation are now buried. Of course, I'm sure some of those are under constructed things like buildings and highways and all that. But right now, I am approaching the cemetery. And again, I'm hoping that you guys can see this. All right, so here we are. A lot of people ask, well, where's the cemetery? I'll tell them where the cemetery is. And then they'll say, well, are the graves of the enslaved people marked? And I have to say no, because of course, if you are enslaved, this was an active cemetery up until 1990. So you'll see some headstones, you'll see some tombs like you see there. You'll see some of this. Yes, it's here. Because again, it was an active cemetery up until the 1990s. So you got that. We've got this. We'll see this. Now, if you were born enslaved and died free, you'll have a headstone. All right, because here are examples of that right here. People were born enslaved and they died free. And here's one good example. Robert Snipe, he died July 1905. He was born, wait a minute, that's not the one I'm looking for. James Snipe. Here's the one I'm looking for. Deacon James Snipe. He was born June 15th, 1845, and he died June 19th, 1947. Okay, so now I'm going to take you to the very interesting headstone right now. Very interesting. Interesting because on plantations, there were overseers. Well, the last overseer here was an enslaved man. And here he is. This is in memoriam, Adam Bennett, died April 27th, 1910. Adam Bennett was an enslaved man, and he was the last overseer here on this plantation. And the headstone over here is his wife. Let me go around and read the inscription on her grave. All right. Hannah, wife of Adam Bennett, died December 7th, 1908, age 64 years, at rest. Okay, right there is her grave. Now, a lot of folks ask, well, why aren't the graves of the enslaved people marked? Well, the answer is simple. That denotes education, the ability to read and write. And we know that that system did not allow that. And there weren't any enslavers out there who had, for the lifetime of that enslaved person, had stolen their labor. Why was he going to invest in a headstone for him or her? So no, the graves of the enslaved people are not marked. Now, they may have been marked when they were first buried there, but at this very moment, they are not marked. So that is that. So I'm going back. As you guys see, I'm taking a reverse course now. You see again that space, all that right there, that used to be a rice field, right there. Our enslaved ancestors toiled in there. I don't know if you can see that alligator on that platform, but there is a platform right there. There's an alligator stretched out on it. Right behind that alligator is a turtle. So I'm hoping that you guys can see that. I don't know how focused this thing is. Again, I'm testing this technology, and you're just kind of hanging out with me as I test this technology. All right, so let me go ahead and let me keep moving. I want to go back to the cabins. There is a chance that we may not be able to go in the cabins. The timing is just not right. He might be entertaining the group. He may have released the group and they might be in the cabins. I don't know. I'll see when I get back up there. But yeah, I have a beautiful time out here at Magnolia Plantation, letting folks know what we do here, letting folks know the history of Magnolia Plantation and Gardens. I do know that since we've opened up again, since COVID, the groups are getting more robust. Prior to us having to close down for COVID, the From Slavery to Freedom, our cabin tour was the tour requested the least. In other words, a lot of people come to plantations, but if given a choice, they would much prefer that glorified, hoop skirt mid julep version of the story. There are so many people that go out of their way to avoid the slavery portion of what a plantation the story, that the narrative that they should be telling. And some of the plantations make it easy for them. Sometimes they give them a choice. Well, you could do this tour or you could do that tour. And sometimes these tours are kind of, what people expect them to be. Well, I want to see the nice, beautiful house. Well, they're going to a nice, beautiful house, and that's all they talk about, a nice, beautiful house. They don't talk about the fact that if you see a place setting on that table, well, yeah, there are people eating off of that, the enslavers, but somebody put the food on that plate. Make that a part of the story. You've got names, call the names of enslaved people. We got names, by some of those names, it's the letter M, stands for mulatto. Now that's a story. We're getting a whole lot more and more into that portion of the story right now. Our audience now has gotten more robust. We get more people now. And I call it the George Floyd factor. Since the death of George Floyd, we get a lot more people asking a lot more questions, talking a lot more about reparations, wanting to know what the Drayton family is doing towards that end. So, those questions are asked now more frequently. So I'm taking the back route here. I'm coming up on the back of the cabins. You might see this, that kind of dilapidated wall there. During the time of slavery, that would have been a garden, and the wall would have been for the purpose of keeping the wildlife out. You see there, hopefully I can get closer to this. There's a garden. You see we're in the back of the cabins right now. There is a garden right there, a garden, yes. The enslaved people were issued a weekly allowance of food. It included salt pork and cornmeal. Salt pork and cornmeal is what they were issued. Now I see that Rick just released the group, so I'm going to let them filter through. You can see most of that group is all of the white folks, and that's typical here. We are getting a lot more African American. Okay, am I still on? Hello? Maybe I should move. I think I lost you. Can you? Okay, I see you back.
Yeah, okay,
can you see me
no,
now? Okay, good.
you're still on, Joe. Thank you.
We're good? Okay, so we're in the back. So we're in the back of the cabins. You see the garden there. Oh no, you see me. Let me turn the camera away. So there's the so there's the garden. I think we're going to be successful this year with our winter garden. We've tried this thing in past years to grow the garden, but we've been unsuccessful. The weeds usually win. But for the last few weeks that I've been coming here, we've been having volunteers coming here and weeding the garden. So I think we're going to win this time. We're going to have the ability to interpret the fact that in addition to what the enslaved people were issued for food, they were supplemented with what they could grow in their gardens, what they could hunt and fish for. And some enslavers allowed them to own their own chickens and pigs. Now, because they were also on this plantation raising cattle, we can safely assume that the enslaved people here also had beef within their diets. So you see this right here. Again, the cabin right there that you see in your screen. Hopefully you can see that. All these cabins were built in 1850, and they were lived in up until 1990. The one right there in your screen, we interpret that as 1850. In 1850, these cabins were duplexes, meaning 2 families per building, 2 families per building. Well, a lot of folks ask, well, how large was an enslaved family? Well, that depends. Of course, after 1808, it becomes illegal to import people into this nation for the purpose of enslaving them. After 1808, the enslavers now take more of a vested interest in their enslaved people. In other words, they give them better medical treatment, because the only way now within the law that you can increase your inventory of enslaved people is that you encourage them to have children. So it would be, the answer to the question is, how many people are live in these cabins? Well, it depends on how many babies an enslaved woman could produce minus the number that the enslaver would sell. If at the end of the year the ends don't meet, you got to sell property, then the people living in these spaces would be that property. Now, also after 1808, when we can't legally import them anymore, their chances of becoming a multi-generational family is now increased. So that's a possibility now after 1808 that you have multi-generational families living in this space. So this cabin that you're looking at right now is a duplex, 2 families per building. And if I get to walk in there when these folks kind of move forward and out of the way, I could show you that better. So, but that's what you'd be dealing with in one of these buildings as they were and how they were produced. You see the chimney in the middle there? That's common. That's the way it was. That's the way they did it. That one chimney serves both sides of this cabin. And we walk in there, you'll see how that was engineered to do just that. So so right here, let me go to this window and see if there's anybody in there. First of all, I don't want to disturb them if I walk in. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we do have a person in there. I don't want to disturb her. So there it is, right there. You know, a lot of folks look at these trees and they said, well, where's the whipping tree? Well, I don't know that. It's, well, where's the tree where they hung folks? Well, I have to talk them back off of that ledge also, because they're talking a period in our history where it was not the intent of an enslaver to kill an enslaved person. That's his property. That's his tool. They reference a time in our history of, you know, Reconstruction and afterwards. And that's what they're referring to when they're, you know, looking for a place where enslaved people were hung. So let's walk in here. This young lady walked out. All right. So we're going to go in here. I'm hoping that you can see it, you know, the lighting thing. Again, we're experimenting with this technology. All right, so we're inside this cabin. It's restored to look like the year 1850. Now you see the fireplace there. It's turned this way. The other side mirrors the same thing. So let me step out because we got a visitor wanting to come in. So you're going in, man. So let me go on the other side. So this is the other side. So you see the wall, there's a solid wall there. So there's one family on this side, and beyond that wall, there's another family on that side. And you know, as many people fit themselves in here as was necessary. An enslaved family would occupy this space. So I got my back on the wall right now. In fact, I got the phone, you know, kind of on the wall also. So that's the space. This is what we're dealing with, guys, for an enslaved family here on this plantation. The other side has a loft. You know, people ask, well, did they sleep up there? Well, maybe. No, I don't know. I wouldn't put my kid up there if it were me. And I think that would be pretty dangerous, you know, to do that. So let me step outside and kind of give you a bird's eye view of what we're dealing with here. All right, we've got 4 of these cabins left. There used to be 11, and these were all for the field hands. If the enslaved people were working in the big house, they would be in cabins closer to the big house. So this one here is restored to look like the year 1850. The one next to this one, next in the row there, that one's restored to look like the year 1930. 1930. People lived in these cabins up until 1990, which was quite a surprise to some folks. They said, "Oh man, they lived in these cabins that long? Why? Well, it's because they had a job." And I have to take them back also to the year 1865 when they were free and they had a choice. I have to remind them of why people would stay here after 1865 when they're free. Well, you got to think about those things that replace slavery. You know, you got convict labor, you got the KKK, you got lynchings, you got redlining, you've got the black codes, you've got Jim Crow laws, all of that stuff. And a lot of folks don't take that into account when they ask that question. And I also have to remind them that even today, in this world as we stand, there are places in these United States where these houses would be an upgrade. So I got to remind them of that. that yes, and I also have to remind them that after the Civil War, this did not turn into sharecropping. There was never any sharecropping here on this property. Sharecropping a lot of times was one step removed from slavery, sometimes a half a step removed from slavery. This was not that. These people getting paid to be gardeners. The last enslaver here was an Episcopal priest. And that Episcopal priest, his wife was from Philadelphia. She got a little homesick. She wanted to go back to Philadelphia. So to appease her, he started turning this into a formal garden just for her. And just because he was turning this into a formal garden, right around the year 1870, they started allowing tourists onto this property. And right around the turn of the century, 1900, they sold 1,500 acres to phosphate miners. So some of the people working in here would have been working in those phosphate mines, but they would have been getting paid. Now, to live in here after 1865, one person was obligated to work here, and one person would have been paying rent to live in these places. Now, I think I can walk into this one. I think they're gone out of here. Let me see if I can step in here. Now, this one here is restored to look like the year 1930. Again, a period after slavery. So check this out. Okay, if you can see this, I hope you can. You see the newspaper on the wall? Okay, this is 1930. This is installation. Installation, guys. We're making do. You see the potbelly stove, low technology thrown in here. Again, this is 1930. Now, this is one person per building. In this period in history. You see the opening there? That's that indication that it's one person per building is what we're dealing with right there. All right, let me step outside, and I think I'm just going to show the other ones from a distance, and I'm going to come over here and have a seat and see if you've got any questions that we're going to have to deal with. So you see the other two right there, the one right there closest to us, that one, we restored that one to look like 1969. That's year Mr. Johnny Leash, our head gardener, moved out of there. And when he moved out of there, another family moved in because people lived in all of these cabins up until 1990. And then the other one furthest away from us, I see some people in the front of it right there. That was restored to look like 1870. That's the time of Reconstruction, relatively good times for African Americans. So there you are, there's the slave cabins. I'm going to turn this back around. I'm going to head over to the sitting area, and then I'm going to see if there are any questions that I'm going to have to deal with from the audience. I got to check in sporadically to some of what was going on the last few days. I couldn't see it all. I'm sure there were a lot of great presentations. So I'm going to sit down right now, right here, kind of relax, take a breather, and see if I have to deal with any questions. So here I am. I'm ready if you are.
Oh, wow. Joe, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's very powerful. Wow. I'm thinking, is the last cabin there? Is that the one where the music is playing?
Correct. You want to go? You want me to go through there? You want to hear the music?
But catch your breath first. Catch your breath first.
and that'll give an opportunity for the area to be purged, because I don't want to go in there disturbing them. And yeah, I see people still over there. So
we could do the Q&A right now, and then that'll give you a chance to again catch your breath. Because I know that was a lot there. We certainly appreciate it. We do. We certainly appreciate it. Let's see. I thought I saw a question a second ago. Let's go ahead and open it up to Q&A. And my daughter joined me here. That's she was watching on her phone and came up and watched for a while here. Let's see. We have the Q&A box. And Rhoda has her hand. Rhoda, why don't you go ahead and start?
I just want to button down something related to the Draytons. The Draytons in Barbados, when they left, they weren't some of the richest or the wealthiest of the planters. Some of the records indicate, and I've read somewhere, that the Drayton family only owned about 15 acres or so. Now you have to understand the size of Barbados and the proportion of land that was allocated to one person who can own so much. It was during that period where the major planters gobbled up, almost like Pac-Man, gobbled up all of the smaller plantation owners or farmers. And so they accumulated more property, while those who didn't have enough property or anything to pass on to their descendants, they were left with meager portions of property, and sometimes property that wasn't very fruitful or couldn't yield a whole lot of goods. But the Draytons, who now owns this humongous piece of property, only had about 15 acres when he left Barbados and came to so much wealth. That property, what some of the information that I've read, was around the Whole Town area where the new settlement was, somewhere the Lascelles family that were owners of huge properties in Barbados, lots of properties. And now the family is now dealing with the monies that they got for their slaves, while the enslaved got nothing. So history has repercussions, and some of that is what we're dealing with right now. And that's some of the questions that are being asked. But the contrast and the amount of money and the amount of property that the Carolinas afforded the settlers who came from Barbados it just blows your mind. So that is just to button down that family history, but it can be replicated over and over and over and over again. Thanks.
Thanks, Rhoda. We have several questions for you in the Q&A. Sharon wants to know, were the people living in the cabins up to 1990 descendants of the slave families?
Yes, some were, but not all. Yeah, it was, of course, in 1865, people have a choice. They could stay or they could go. Most of those who stayed were the elderly, and there were, of course, children who were products of selective breeding. You know, they didn't know where their parents were, who their parents were. So if they were given the choice to stay on one of these properties, they did. So fast forward to 1990. Some of the people who were still staying in some of these cabins were, yes, indeed, descendants of enslaved people. Our head gardener, who moved out of the largest cabin, moved out in 1969. He has two sons working here, and he died in 2016, Mr. Johnny Leash. He had ancestors who were enslaved at Middleton Plantation. Middleton Plantation was neighboring in the sense that it's the next plantation that you could visit as a tourist. So his ancestors were enslaved at Middleton Plantation.
Question from Sandra, what church denomination was the planter enslaver at Magnolia who had the wife at Philadelphia?
He was an Episcopal priest. Yeah, an Episcopal priest. And the enslaved, if they took on any religion, usually took on the religion of their enslavers. And the last enslaver here was an Episcopal priest. He had the wife that was a Philadelphian.
And Scott says, I know that often enslaved communities had traditions of burying objects around slave cabins and slave quarters. Was this a practice at Magnolia?
Well, you know, we did some excavating around the place where the cabins that we placed these were. And I'm walking again. I'm going into a cabin that was inaccessible because there were people here. Well, they're leaving now. So I'm gonna go, and there are some artifacts that we came across. We have a few of them in this place that I'm going into right now. And when I walk in here, the short answer to the question is, yeah, we found some stuff. It's nothing ancestral, nothing that could tie us back to Africa, but there are artifacts that our enslaved ancestors used nonetheless. So I'm going in here. So I'm going to turn the camera around, turn it away from me. The lighting in here is not that great. But this one is some colonial ware that we found. This one is, candlestick right here. Now, of course, this had to be discarded by the house and acquired by the enslaved community right there. And this is an assortment of things, bottles, dishes, fragments of dishes. Again, material that would have been discarded by the big house and acquired by the enslaved population. And you see here some clay pipes, dice, a die. So yeah, we have done some excavating and we have acquired some things.
One more question in the Q&A. Do you know how the rice fields were flooded and drained? That's from Linda.
Yeah, and let me walk down here. I can give you a good example. Because right down here we have a model of a rice dam. The short answer to your question is they used rice dams. But when I get into this, I can kind of show you the mechanics of how that worked. But what that does, it speaks to the knowledge of our enslaved ancestors. These fields, these swamps had to be engineered. And it takes some smarts to do that. You're also dealing with the tide, high tide and low tide. You're dealing with brackish water. You can't let any salt water enter into the rice fields, because of course that would mean disaster. See, somebody was in here kind of figure this thing out, trying to figure it out, I guess. All right, so the rice dams, that's a model. Oh, let me turn it around, sorry. So that's a model of a rice dam right there, if you can see that. If I were to take this out of here, if I were to take that out, that can be lowered and that would close that hole right there. And that would not allow the water to come in or out. And the same applies to the other side, same concept. You open this thing up on one side and you can close them on both sides if necessary. So that's a model. Again, that's a model of a rice dam, and that's how that's how they flooded the rice fields right there. Okay.
Okay, Joe, there are a couple questions here from the chat. You were talking about the size of the cabins a few minutes ago. There's one question from Mary. What is the square footage of the cabins, and what was the average family size? You talked about the family.
Yeah. Well, these cabins are about 18 by 20. They're not very big. I mean, again, we're inside another one. I mean, well, we've already been in here, but again, okay, right here. My back is on the wall right here, and I could take probably about. I'll just do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 7 normal steps. I'm to the wall, and if I do it from this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 equal. I can take 7 normal steps in this place that I am, the size of one family. Sometimes I get kids in these spaces, and then I ask these kids, do you have a bedroom this size? And a lot of those kids will raise their hands. Well, then I make it real for them then let them know that, well, this is designed for one family. And then they get it. They get the hardship. What was the second part of that question?
Let's see here. And what was the average family size?
Well, we can't put a number on our records. Our records don't indicate that. But again, you got to factor in the biology of a woman having kids and how many kids she could have. She have a kid, how long does it take for her to conceive again? Now you factor all that in and factor in, the propensity for the enslaver to sell. at the age of 12, that enslaver has to make a decision about that child. That child is now taxable. You got to pay taxes on that child. Am I going to keep that child in my inventory or declare that child as surplus and sell them? Because they have added value also, especially if you're a female. You can now start producing a product for the enslaver. Again, this is chattel slavery. Not only are you enslaved, but your children and your children's children will be enslaved. Also consider this, after 1808, when it becomes illegal to import people into this nation for the purpose of enslaving them, it gave rise to breeders. People went into the slave breeding business because you still had to satisfy that want, a manifest destiny, Louisiana Purchase, cotton becoming king. That was a market for people. So that factored into the size that a family could get. And another thing to consider is this. Sometimes they didn't sell the children. Sometimes they sold the parents away from the children. So there was that. But the short answer to your question is our records don't indicate what size these families were. And I've come across some information that that gave us a whole family and their worth. Somebody did an inventory. Either the family went bankrupt, or they wanted to sell. But the value had to be ascertained. And they got the woman's name. They got 3 of her children, and the whole family was worth $1,500. Now, I don't know what that is in today's dollars, but also consider this: you did not have to pay outright. You could mortgage them because the banks were in it too. The insurance companies were in it. They were all in it. The lawmakers were making the laws to ensure its longevity. So there's that.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that, Joe. And then Mary has a follow-up question here. And I think, and please forgive me if you answered this part earlier, but how many slaves did the Draytons bring? And then what skills did they have?
They brought 4 enslaved people with them from Barbados. So one would have to assume that there are their most trusted enslaved people that they would have had working in the house with them. And of course, their personal body servants that the Draytons brought with them from Barbados. Now, we have a documented record that at some point in the history of the Draytons enslaving people, they paid taxes on 148 people. And taxes taxable in most states was 12, between ages of 12 and 55. So there are always people outside of those numbers.
Okay, thank you. And Nicole was wondering, are there any school programs to bring kids through, like some of the, the other school programs where you can go and have a tour? And if they do tour, do they have the tour of the slave cabins? Is that part of what you offer to the young students coming through?
Yeah, I mean, one could come and just do it the way everybody does it. Come and just get on a tour in that manner. That's available to you. You could do that. But there are these special tours. If you want an exclusive, call and we could do that too. Now what we're working on, pre-COVID, we were trying to work on getting kids to come over and spend the night in the cabins with me. We haven't ruled that out. The science may dictate that sometime in the future we could do that. But in the meantime, what we're doing is we're doing it digitally. We're communicating with schools right now where we could do something similar to what we're doing right now. They could go on a walking tour with me, and then at some point I'll sit down and have a Q&A with them also. So we're working on that. We're working on that. So of course, there's that, and then there's that bigger problem that we deal with, budget cuts. The first thing they cut is what? Field trips. So we're dealing with that also.
Exactly. That's true. I was wondering about that as well. There's a question here too in the chat. Have you ever been there and felt like you were feeling the spirit of the ancestors? You said, I felt that once when I visited Newton Enslaved Burial Ground.
Well, you know, all that might be happening around me, but I'm deliberately oblivious. In other words, if communing with the ancestors was a thing, it's not a thing I want to do, because you know our enslaved ancestors lived a life no one should have lived. They should not have been put through that. They should have not had to have endured all that. And for us to be you know, indulging in that, that's just not my thing, because I got to communicate. I got to communicate with the stewards of these places. I've got to ask their permission to have access to these places, and I can't do it angrily. In the ability to commune with our ancestors, although I know my ancestors, their intent would be good. My intent is good, but I don't want to take a chance. That's a big burden to take on, and you know, although they may tell me about the good things of that happened to them, um, and you know, although their intentions might be good, I don't want to take that on. So I don't try to let those things in. I don't. It's not my intent. Now, if somebody wants to join me and feel those things, then so be it. That's okay. But the places have to be here for that. You know, I had my aha moment when I visited the place where Anne Frank hid from the Germans. You know, in Amsterdam, that did something to me. You know, I went into that space and I felt something, and it was heavy, and it was my epiphany to know that places like this need to exist, no matter what the history is attached to them. But if I were to go in every place, all of the 25 states that I've gone in, the 150 plus places that I've gone to, and to take all that on, I can't do that. Now, one thing I also had to do, kind of somewhat along those lines, but somewhat different. 10 years ago, when I started sleeping in slave cabins, I used to get these calls from these uh, ghost hunting outfits. I had to quickly tell them to go away, because this project's not about that. I know the question asked was not about ghosts, it was about the ancestors. That's totally different. But sometimes people get those things too mixed up, try to put them all in one basket, and I don't need to open up this project to that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see here. I know we're winding, I know we're getting close to time here.
Here's a question from Linda in the Q&A. She's asking whether the property ever uses reenactors.
Yeah, we've got living historians. We call ourselves living historians. Reenactor, pretty much the same thing. About 5 years ago, we put together a troupe. We've got living historians, we've got storytellers, we've got brick makers, we've got blacksmiths, and yeah, so we got those things, and we travel. We take the show on the road. It's kind of like a colonial Williamsburg on wheels, if you will. So yeah, we do that often. We've done that most often right here at Magnolia Plantation and Gardens.
Has that been controversial, Joe? That was the other part of Linda's question.
No, controversial in the sense that there was we try to get folks who look like me, because before we started doing what we were doing, there were these sites that you could go to and you could see these things being demonstrated, but they would be people who don't look like me. So so you would see so you would see people who don't look like me. So to me, in my opinion, that's controversial, because you're selling these people something that was not. Yeah, these things happen on these plantations, but they didn't happen the way you're seeing it. The person that you're seeing doing this thing would not have been doing it back in the time of slavery. So yeah, it's controversial in that sense. But as far as pushback for what we do, there are some of us being African Americans. When I told them about this project and my intent for this project, you know, there's some of us who would much rather this thing go away. And then when I added the element of the storytellers, the living historians, yeah, there was more pushback, you know, folks thinking that, you know, we're chucking and jiving and things of this nature, but that's not us. That's not what we do. You know, we give these plantations, these sites, the opportunity to bring us in so that we can show them the real story, not of us just being enslaved and being exploited for our muscles, but also, you know, doing things that show that we had agency, show that, you know, despite all the restrictions placed upon us, we were still doing these things. We still had a life. We were still human. So we get to display that.
Okay. Let's see, Joe, 1 second. I'm sorry, I was going to switch the interpreters. Let's see. There was one question I was going to say real quick that Claudette had mentioned, just to clarify her question. She said, you know, we were talking about the ancestors and sensing and feeling their presence. She said just not anger, but just a beautiful sense of presence, just presence. And then Ramona asked about some of the items. What items did you find from the grave sites? You know, you talked about the items that you have in the cabin there. But what were some of the items from the grave sites?
So none of the items that you saw were from the grave site, nor has this plantation done anything recently to acquire any items that may have been at the grave site. Now, historically, there may have been some, but it's just that none have made it into our current inventory.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think I was reading through the comments and questions. I think that's all the questions in the chat. There are comments and there's conversation taking place there. Is there anything else in the Q&A? I think there might be one question, Tracy, and then we could.
A comment from Sandra, who shared that her genealogical research in rural South Carolina showed that immediately after slavery in 1870, there were some large families. She says 10 to 15 people. However, the eldest would often leave the family and start their own. There were sharecropping arrangements, and field hands were important to a successful crop. So no question, just sharing that information.
All right. Well, yeah, guys, through all that, I just figured out how to reverse the camera. But hey, we got through it.
About that, Joe. I did wonder about that, but you were using Zoom though on your phones. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we got through it anyway, though. I hope we did.
Yeah.
I hope you guys were seeing what I was showing to you.
We were. Thank you.
See, I told you we're testing this technology. I'm learning.
No, that's right. Are you walking to another cabin, or are you
Well, what you see there in front of you, if you see that building in the frame, that was the smokehouse. But that was not placed there until 1900. Of course, slavery is long over at that period in history. But during the time of slavery, the smokehouse would have been closer to the big house. Okay. And of course, that would have been controlled by the mistress of the big house. You know, they weaponize food also. So you can issue them food or not. But all they issued them was salt pork and cornmeal. They would still have to supplement what they were issued.
Wow. It's a powerful tool. It's a powerful tour. Thank you so very much. I mean, this is a beautiful tour, and thank you for all the work you're doing, you know, and telling the stories and framing the history the way that you are.
Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, let me, if I can, make a shameless plug. We were supposed to have our conference, our 6th conference this year, Slave Dwelling Project Conference at Clemson University. But of course, the science dictated that, you know, we couldn't do it. Well, we're going to have it. We're going to have it in 2021. We're still going to maintain that Clemson connection, that collaboration with Clemson. But we're operating. We're planning it in the mode of a digital conference, similar to what we're doing here, right now. You guys have showed me that this technology will work. So expect Expect next year in collaboration with Clemson to do a lot of what you guys have been doing for the last 2 days, and making it just as significant as you guys have made it.
Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you. And please let us know. And I think there'll be there's a link, and we can put it on our website too, to your website, and we can make it available. In fact, we can put it here in the chat in a few minutes.
Well, we don't have a link yet. We're not that.
Oh, that's for the conference, but for the slave dwelling project.
Well, yes, please. Yes, please.
I think Tracy, were you going to? I think Sandra. Oh, I see. Never mind. Okay, Joe, we have one question. Sandra wanted to ask a question.
Yes, thank you. Let me turn off this. In Barbados, we have issues in terms of figuring out where the enslaved were buried. And we know many were buried directly on the plantations, and then those fields were reused for agriculture. Have you been able to discover where the enslaved are buried that were attached to Magnolia Plantation?
Yeah, it's that one place we did walk to, that cemetery, about 500 yards in the back of those cabins that's in the screen right now. It is that place for Magnolia Plantation and Gardens. Similarly, for our neighbor Drayton Hall, they know where the graveyard is there. They've done a lot to honor the enslaved people who are buried there.
So is it the same coordinates for both plantations? So is it like southwest of the cabins? Is it where is there like a specific geographic?
All right, so I'm looking, let's see, what time is it? It's 3:45. So I see the sun, that direction of the sun has to be west. So it has to be, that would be northwest, but northwest of the cabin. Yes.
Thank you.
Is where they're buried. So some of you guys are really testing my directional knowledge.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Thanks again, Joe. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for making me a part of this very important conference that you guys managed to pull off. And I'm just thrilled that I could give my input.
Yeah, definitely. We really appreciate you and appreciate all the work you're doing. I know we all just feel full right now. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So
you are so welcome.
Yeah, we're clapping where we are doing if you can see us, we're clapping. Thank you. It was a very special tour. It means a lot to all of us. Thank you. And I think let's see, we have about 15 minutes away. This will be a great time to take a break and go stretch and come back. I will say, I can do it closer to time because Thaddeus is going to do the cooking demonstration for us in 15 minutes. And he sent some recipe cards. So I'll share those right when we come back, right as we get ready to start. But we'll start in, about 15 minutes. So 4:00 Eastern time, 5:00 in Barbados, and Thaddeus Seeley will be making dinner. So it might be a good time to go get a snack. To go get a snack, get something to drink, and come back, because I'm telling you, he's making fish and all kinds of things. It's going to be hard to watch that if we're hungry. We won't be able to enjoy the exact same thing, but at least we'll be able to snack on something.
Okay, well, you guys have figured out how to get our mugs on the screen. You guys got to figure out how to teleport that food over to us.
I know. Well, the thing is, we do now. See, that's what I was thinking. We do have the recipe cards. I was going to put the card up. Now we don't have time. We wouldn't have time to make it, but there is a rum punch recipe. But so that's good. That's one of the. I think he might start out with that. I'm not sure. We'll see what the order is. But that would take us right into our happy hour social after that with our music with Aubrey and Kirk. So, yes.
Wow, you guys are really doing it up, man. I'm impressed.
we were hoping to all be able, we were thinking maybe we could all kind of cook a little something on the side and just have like a virtual reception, all having the same food. But it's hard to do that if you're engaged, with everything, you're paying attention and, participating. So it's, so we said, well, we'll just snack, get some snacks where we are and just enjoy, and then have the recipe card so then we can all make it in the next few days.
Beautiful.
All right, thanks again. So we'll meet back up here in 15 minutes for a cooking demonstration. Thank you.
Capital Rush Hour Mix.
Jamming. 1 o'clock and I still jamming. 2 o'clock and I still jamming. 3 o'clock and I still jamming. 'Cause party never over. Party never over. Party never over. Party never over. But one in the bed, and I know I'm gonna be the last. Just again, it is alcohol that I'm drinking. The girl go me back. I'm flirting with every woman, I jam one to the neck. When the liquor in killing to stay. Jamming till I play out. Rumbling and I'm all out. Dropping back in pain. But still walking the way. I barely could keep me eyes up. You more shots to build me vibes up. I go with them till sunrise. 12 o'clock and I still jamming. 1 o'clock and I still jamming. 2 o'clock and I still jamming. 3 o'clock and I still jamming. Party never over. Party never over. Party never over. Party never over. Now you're drunk and I wet. Still you should from me back just sticking on to me. Have no regrets when I'm out on the road and jumping. I was born to bet and I intend to bet until the sun rising. And when it's set, I'm out again and I'm waiting. Jumping till I face out. Rumbling and I'm all out. Dropping back in pain. But I'm still walking the way. I barely could keep me eyes up. 2 more shots to help me vibes up. I go with them till sunrise. 12 o'clock and I still jamming. 1 o'clock and I still jamming. 2 o'clock and I still jamming. 3 o'clock and I still jamming. Party never over. Party never over. Party never over. Party come on, pick me up. Yeah, party come on, pick me up. What's that? Give me rum, give me vice, I come through back and soda. Give me cup, give me ice, I guarantee that never sober. All I need is Benjamin space. When I get drunk and I'm in the air. What's that? Something for play. And I fall down the road. Oh, somebody pick me up. Somebody come and pick me up. Oh, somebody pick me up. Somebody come and pick me up. Yes, if I pray. And I can't find the way home. Oh, somebody pick me up. Somebody come and pick me up. Oh, somebody pick me up. afraid to dance because you don't want to get all sweaty. I can be from the country and you're from the city. Yeah, there's a right now that they all better than me. The way they know, nothing on you, nothing on me, nothing but us so different. Nobody here is better than me. Cause we better be safe. Getting on, carrying on, all the way to the morning. Stumbling from all over the ground, and we're drifting away. We're drifting away. Once you're coming back again, that is time to concentrate. You're gonna find someone and hold on till you stop feeling it all. Yeah, nothing else should matter right now. I'm telling you. It don't matter where you're from. Once your heart feeling the drum, just hold on tight and just from one to the rhythm. Yeah, nothing else should matter right now. It's your matter, yeah. Nothing on you, nothing on me, nothing but us so different. Nobody here is better than me. But we better be same place. We better be same place. They try to put me in rehab. I never been mad. Me ain't too bad. And I be having that. No rehab, no more. Telling me I am sick. And that's why I need to quit. Cause I am not fit. I'm not fit. You should not be wrong. I've been happy to put it down. I'm not fit. You pass my way. Oh, I'm fighting about the bread. I'm not fit. You should bring it back and let your heart go on the floor. I'm not fit. You don't understand. That's why I'm on my case. No less. I must admit. I want to take this credit. No less. Give me it quick. Sacrifice, take my stresses away. One thing for sure. This drug you can't ignore. It takes you places that you've never ever been before. And if you see what I see, you will know nothing is wrong with me. Let's be real. You have to be so beautiful to be this right and not become addicted. They try to put me in rehab. I never stay mad. Telling me I'm too glad. And I be having that. No rehab, no more. Telling me I am sick. I need to quit. I'm not fit. You should not be wrong. I've been happy to put it down. I'm not fit. You pass my way. Oh, I'm fighting about the bread. I'm not fit. You should bring it back and let it Right now I'm feeling low.
Hello, Rush Hour Mix.
Gotta lay it out for no income. So if it's the only solution, no. Things that he thinks of me tied up. To Barbados, some friends no tied up. Gotta find a place to go wild up. Call the first corner for me paid up. Can't be the place to go jump up. Way up in the air. Up in the air. Be the place to go wild up. When it's up down there. Up down there. Be the place to go free up. When it's up in the air. Up in the air. Be the place to go wild up. Call it DJ. Let's go up to give me more music. People are losing. Take my stress away, yeah. Give me more liquor. Please somebody to take my pain away, yeah. Yeah, it's so nice, it's so sweet to get the laugh. Yeah, it's the vibe music that's inside of me. Yeah, my city music people know that I'm sick in the head like I know. Police have become funny fed done, cause I find to enjoy myself right now. Think that it's in me tied up, to my bed some girls don't fight up. Find a place for the wind up, and party like if we gon' die up. So, we need a place we can jump up, way up in the air. Up in the air. We need a place we can wind up, when it's up down there. Up down there. We need a place we can free up, way hands in the air. Up in the air. We need a place we can wind up, call it DJ. Bring the rest to give me more music. Before I lose it, take my stress away, yeah. Give me more liquor, please somebody to take my pain away, yeah. Everybody know, it's so nice, everybody know, get the laugh. Everybody know, everybody know, everybody know, it's the vibe music that's inside of me. I got the jump that I don't like. I got a job that I don't like. I got a job that I don't like. They want me work for the all night. I got a job that I don't like. I got a job that I don't like. I got a job that I don't like. Time for me to talk the truth. What's last with DJ? Everybody know. Everybody know. Bang, bang, bang. Oh yeah, we can be that so it's okay. Meet me on the road. Meet me on the road. I can hear this. Oh yeah, we can that so it's okay. Meet me on the road. Meet me on the road. I'm calling in sick. This is too much rice and mess. My doctor don't tell me this. What is me on the medicine? So tell me what I'm calling in sick. This is too much rice and mess. My doctor don't tell me this. What is me on the medicine? So on the road we drinking it all day. And the rest of the roadway. My doctor say it's okay. We're drinking. We run it night time. We run the only fight. And live a party life. We're drinking.
Capital Rush Hour Mix.
I'm slipping away, oh, and I ain't getting enough drinks to drink. I ain't getting enough down to wine. Sleep in me mind is played, oh. I on the road and not in my bed. I go sleeping up and not dead. I am the CEO of the Jamaican Company. All the people you see walking walk for me. I am the CEO of the Jamaican Company. If you're on the road, start walking right away. I'm fine up, I let me jump. I let me jump. You have no one to wine with, but someone beside you. Oh, that'll make you a cheater. Keeping wine is sweeter. You have no one to wine with, but someone beside you. Oh, that'll make you a cheater. Keeping wine is sweeter. Beg a wine on. Slash one. Every girl hold a man and cash man. Well, anything that pass well. Jump on. It's all in good fun. So like look your king and easy. Set up yourself and lean in. It's nothing wrong. Keep it. It's all in good fun. You have no one to wine with, but someone beside you. Oh, that'll make you a cheater. Keeping wine is sweeter. You have no one to wine with, but someone beside you. Oh, that'll make you a cheater. Keeping wine is sweeter. Beg a wine on. Smash one. Every girl hold a man and cash man. Well, anything that pass well. Jump on. It's all in good fun. So like look the thing and easy. Yeah. Out. Out. Yeah. Mr. General. Sing. We wanna see what is a party at. We wanna see till they hear. We wanna see what is a party at. What is a party at till they hear. Everybody all around me. Plenty people in a frenzy. Got them walking, really walking. You're missing this thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. We come to walk up, yeah, yeah. Come to drink up, yeah, yeah. Come to walk up, yeah, yeah. Woo. Come to catch up, yeah, yeah. Come to find up, yeah, yeah. Get this match up. Whoa, 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 whoa. We wanna see what is a party, yeah. We wanna see till they meet. We wanna see what is a party, yeah. What is a party, yeah. Everybody put your hand them way up, way up, way up. Everybody put your hand them way up, way up, way up. Sun star waiting go way up, way up, way up. Everybody put your hand them way up, way up, way up. So we got them I not fear another guy, I not fear another guy. Tell them again, I not fear another guy. Them can't go for the eye, you guess for the man. I not fear another guy, I not fear another guy. Tell them again, I not fear another guy. Them can't go for the eye. Baby, boom, but I need that boom. Never get that boom in my life. Walking boom and whining boom. Ain't getting away. I know that you like the action, this feel a bit of passion. Give me something to drink already. Come on, to misbehave. Up behind a nice thing, I gotta get to do that spray.
Thanks, Aubrey. I think that's getting us ready for the that 5 o'clock hour. Let's see. I think we're waiting. Let's see. Is Thaddeus here? Could someone please do me a favor and check that link I just posted in the chat? It's the Google Doc. Could someone please check that and let me know if it's working? I just put the recipe cards that Thaddeus sent on a Google Doc just so you know, we could put it in the chat here. You can't post images, JPEGs or anything, or PDFs. So I thought that was oh, great. Okay, good. Thanks, Allison. Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. I know we're all hungry now looking at it. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think we can all promise ourselves and promise each other that we'll make it in a few days here, make everything in a few days. Thank you. Okay, that's good. And then the while we're waiting for Thaddeus to join, let me look. Okay, yeah, he hasn't joined. Oh, he's joining. Hey, Thaddeus. I was just saying, oh my gosh, I know we're all hungry and we're about to watch you prepare some wonderful food, delicious food. So I told everybody, please go get a snack, just something to have right through here. Are you about ready?
I am ready.
Okay, you ready? Okay.
You said you were telling me 4 o'clock, but I forgot about the time difference.
Okay, I tell you. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, let's see here. Let me see, I'm multitasking and I wanted to show everyone. First, I wanted to introduce you and then I wanted to show them the recipe cards that you sent. And what I did, I created a Google document and put the recipe cards there just to have a link to be able to share in the chat box. Again, thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, 1 second here, everybody. Well, I would like, what I'll do here is just introduce Thaddeus and show you the recipes that, the recipe cards. And so you'll know where to find them there in that Google document. And then I'll turn it over to you, Thaddeus, and we are here and excited about what you're about to do. This is Thaddeus Seeley, and he's chef at Doty Barbados in Bridgetown, Barbados. Oh my goodness, nationally and I'm sure internationally known chef, and he's great at what he does. And he's going to provide us with a cooking demonstration. And as I said, I know we're going to be hungry afterwards. So, and thank you for the recipe cards. As y'all can see from the first slide right here, the rum punch and planter's punch. So maybe as we enter our happy hour, that might be something that if you have all the ingredients, you can go ahead and make it and bring it back for the music a little bit later on. Okay, coconut bread or Bayesian sweet bread recipe. That, oh my gosh. Okay, I know that's fantastic. That's fantastic. The cornmeal cuckoo and Creole steamed fish recipe. Okay, that might be on the, I can't wait to see you do that. Can't wait to see you do that. I'm sure that a lot of us will be getting their ingredients over the next few days to make that. And then the steamed fish recipe itself. So, all right. With that, I will, and thank you again for sharing the recipes with us. And we are about to turn it over. Let me go ahead and create the spotlight here. And thank you again, Thaddeus. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Ready? Good evening, guys. How's everybody doing? I think everyone is muted or everyone can still speak. I'm quite open like that today.
Okay. Okay,
So
I'll keep my mic unmuted then. Okay.
I'd rather everyone interact or speak, whatever the case may be. I have no problems with that at all.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Thaddeus Seeley. I reside in sunny, extremely hot Barbados. I'm the owner of Dodi Barbados, which is an in-house dining company. We recently started, what, 2 years ago. The whole idea behind the company was to take a little bit of Barbados and upscale it, using all local indigenous products, rums, fruits, produce, to create something not just that would be styrofoam containers and foil. So the pretty plates, the pretty things that you see in the glassware all across the globe, North America and Europe, we can do it with all the products we have here in the island. Outside of that, I am assistant tutor at Top Shelf Bartending Academy, where we have over 250 students in the last 3 years, 4 different modules. The idea behind this with my business partner was to have a better understanding of a better bartender in the Caribbean, because when you think the Caribbean and bartending, you always think of the fancy umbrellas, blue drinks, pina coladas, and highly sweet cocktails. Not understanding that we can use some of our lovely local grown products like golden apples, donks, sea grapes, even almonds, mangoes, passion fruit, and really bring forth and have create a better bartender in the island. And again, I also have a small company called Poor Boy Meats. So this is actually my smoked meats line. So what I do for this one, I create my own bacon, which is called pepper Fullerton bacon. I also do smoked fish. If you're familiar with smoked salmon, what I do is take inspiration of the Norwegian cuisine and actually do it with smoked dolphin. The whole idea was to have a brand and have a product showcasing the versatility of our local products. We do smoked cheddar, smoked local woods. So even down to the woods, I'm quite familiar, you guys would have your hickory, your oak, your apple, your mesquite type of woods. But have you ever had some smoked with sea grape, some smoked with almond, some smoked with neem, some smoked with mahogany bark, even frangipani? I use all of these local woods to create something, down to the rubs, local spices, and that's basically it with me. And with that said as well too, I also have, I know it's quite a little bit long, but there are a lot of things that my tentacles reach into. I have a concept called In the City series. This is where you just have to show up and dine. 3 courses, 3 cocktails, 1 protein is picked. You don't know the menu. So for you that come in, what I did was picked structured around 1 protein, as I said. So recently we are going forward now to November 30th for Independence Day, our 4th installment, which is going to be called Bariffle, which means a whole lot of something. But Ba, as a sheep, we're using local black belly lamb. So thus far we've had pork in the city, we've had bird box, which was chicken, and then we had Finding Dodi, which is fish. And if you're familiar with cartoons, you have children, that's Finding Nemo. We played a little play on that, using local ingredients, local cocktails. 100% Beijing, even down to teams, decor, the rum, lovely rum, Foursquare rum. I'm also ambassador for the brand as well too, so my hands are all over the place. So to start this evening, we're going to start with a signature classic cocktail in Barbados, the Barbadian rum punch. Who's ever had a rum punch before? I don't mind the conversations. We can speak, we can talk. You can unmute. I have no problems with that. I like it to be a little bit more interactive.
Okay.
Yes,
I love
please.
rum punch. Yeah, we love. Yeah, a lot of fans of rum punch in the room.
Okay, the thing about the rum punch is a very simple recipe. It consists of rum, lime, sugar, bitters, and nutmeg. Planter's punch is basically taking the same ingredients and just adding any juice. So if you add pineapple juice, cranberry juice, passion fruit juice, orange juice, it is a planter's punch. The basics between the cocktails are basically your spirit, modifier, sugar. So basically you have your spirit, citrus, and your sugar. Very, very simple cocktail, very refreshing. The thing about this cocktail, what I love about it, it is one of the cocktails that's very misunderstood. What's happened is that over the years, we think that when we have a cocktail, it must be extremely strong, which ideally is not really needed. You need balance. So we definitely need balance. So therefore we have our highball glass. Very simple. We take an ounce and a half of rum. This is Old Brigham from Foursquare Rum Distillery. This is known as the drink of the average Barbadian, common drink. Also known, as you can look closely here, there's a pirate, one mine. So you go to any bar, in Barbados and tell you want one mine, they're automatically going to give you Old Brigham. Now we have some citrus. What I have here is some actual lime juice. So the thing about making a cocktail, as I said, you need balance. What you need to do is adjust your sweetness. So same 1.5 ounce of lime juice or lime mix. Very simple and straightforward like that. Then we have simple syrup. Simple syrup, very simple to make. I should put a recipe there, but I can do that. But it's very easy to remember. Equal parts of sugar to water. So 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of water. This can be demerara or dark sugar, or even your simple plain white sugar. And if you want to have it a little bit sweet, thicker, 2 to 1. So 2. And the thing again, 2 cups of sugar to 2 cups of water, or whatever particular vessel. So even a bowl, 2 cups of this bowl, 2 cups of water. And then you go from there. As I said, you talk about balance. What happens here is that we like to adjust your sweetness. So what happens if you're supposed to come to a bar with me? Traditionally in the Caribbean, we have people that will tend to gravitate towards sweet cocktails. So let's say you're coming to my bar, wherever I'm located, I would probably start you off with an ounce of sugar. It's quite a lot, but that's the palate here, unfortunately. Slowly as you come, let's say week 1, week 2, I go to 3/4. And after that, I go 1/2 ounce. Why? You're now getting to understand the type of rum you're using. You're now tasting the actual cocktail compared to just being laced with sugar and lots of alcohol. So what we can do, 1/2 ounce. This, we have Angostura bitters, Trinidad, one of the best bitters in the world. They just recently released their cocoa bitters, and outside of this, they have their own orange bitters. There are other bitters in the world you can use, like Feast Brothers, the other brands, names evade me. Whatever you have available, you can use. As you realize, there's outside of this now, all we're gonna add is your ice. This recipe contains no water.
Oh, wow.
It is a rum punch. It's a rum punch, not a water and juice punch. That is not what it is. It's all about rum. Let me just give this a nice little stir. There's never enough bitters. More bitters. And then for aromatic, we take, anybody can tell me what's this?
Nutmeg.
You are correct. Nutmeg. Fresh grated nutmeg. Powdered nutmeg. It is not recommended for the cocktail. It's too fine and it leaves a little bit of tannin on your mouth. The fresh nutmeg, lovely flavor. You can see here, color. This is the color you're looking for in the actual rum punch.
I can taste it already.
This is the color you're looking for. Pardon me?
I can taste it already.
You can smell it. So the reason we use the fresh nutmeg is one, because we like the fact that when you put it to your nose, please forgive me, I know I have to cook and use some sharp knives. You smell the nutmeg, you taste the rum, you get the sugar, you get the lime. So every time you come up to your glass, you smell that nutmeg on your nose, you taste, and you go from there. And that's your simple rum punch. So a little bit of cocktail history and simplicity. Everyone has ever had a sour before?
Yes.
What's in the sour?
No, I'd probably take a shortcut and kind of do the sweet and sour. I know it's really bad, but yeah, the sweet and sour mix. I know it's not the best thing to do.
So I'm going to help
A
you with that.
whiskey sour has egg white in it. I know that.
Yes, you are correct as well too. The old time days, they used to actually use egg whites. So one of the products that we use in the bar is something called lime mix. It actually has an egg whites. So that gives you the nice foamy head that you need, and it gives a velvety, silky texture. So very simple. A sour consists of spirit, lime, and sugar. So a rum sour will be rum, lime, and sugar. A daiquiri, all it is going to be white rum, lime, and sugar.
Okay.
So of course now, when you're doing now having a whiskey sour, it's just going to be very simple. Whiskey, lime, sugar. And the thing about cocktails is once you have those major ingredients, you can shift, you can go all over the place. So let's make something totally, if you want to make something totally different, rum, grapefruit juice, and sugar. Same concept, same principle. We just changed, like, and where's the first grapefruit grafted? Anyone? Where's the first grapefruit grafted?
Barbados.
Barbados.
Yes, you are correct. And we're in Barbados?
Richmond Hall Gully, right?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
You are correct. Welshman Hall Gully. So that is basically simple classic rum punch. Very simple, very effective, very fun. Easy to make, easy to impress. Once you have a good quality rum, especially a Barbadian rum, it makes it quite simple. We have Mount Gay, we have Foursquare Rum Distillery, and we also have St. Nicholas Abbey. Basically, our major rum producers on the island. So next, what we're getting into now, we passed the drinking part. I hope you've had your own drink. We're going to get into a little bit of cooking. So we're going to do cuckoo and steamed fish. Basically, cuckoo is one of the meals. I heard earlier Joe talking about salt meat or salted pork and cornmeal. We actually have our cornmeal as well too.
I'm sorry for the interruption. Are we able to switch the interpreters, please?
Okay, sure. Linda, I was just sending you a note. Okay. 1 second here, Linda. Let me see. 1 second. And what happened, that is, so you know, everyone, we're all here. We had 1 second here. I'm sorry. I'm multitasking, trying to read. Okay, there we are, Linda.
No problem. Go ahead.
Can you show me the brand of rum you used, Thaddeus, please? The one you
again?
the rum you just used. Can you show me the brand again, please?
No problem. Foursquare Rum Distillery, Old Bergen.
Oh, is that new or?
No,
I
this
guess
is
it's a
new label.
Recent from Mount. Yes. Okay.
No, this isn't Mount Gay. This one is located in St. Philip. So basically, Foursquare just recently. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's more recent than Mount Gay. Mount Gay is historically from like in the beginning, sort of.
350 years, but in the last 6 years, they've won the best rum distillery in the world. They're also the first brand in the world to win the best rum in the world, best spirit in the world. So there's a competition called the International Spirits Award. And what happens, you're judged amongst your categories. So you have the best vodka, your best cognac, your best Armagnac, your best gin, your best whiskey, your best rum. Then after that, they're judged, competed the best of each category, judged against each other. They won in 2018 with Foursquare 2005, which is a blend of, 12 years of It is bourbon cask, sherry cask. So again, bourbon, United States, we're taking a little influence, even from Jack Daniels. The barrels are actually from Jack Daniels. They're recharred in Barbados. And we do that. And we won. So the last 5 years, the Rum Distillery has actually been doing superb. So on to our next task. We're going to start with something very, very simple. And anyone tell me what's this?
I forgot.
Christophine.
What's the other name? Yes, you are correct. And the other name is chayote. This is not a vegetable. This is a fruit. Big misconception. I know that sounds a little bit strange, but this is one of the reasons why these things are done. One of the reasons they created the company. There are a lot of misconceptions and misunderstandings of our local product, how we should use them. So when I do this, right, especially my diners, outside of this as well too, I also am a private chef at a villa on the Stanley Estate. Whenever we come to the islands, yeah, I'm all over the place.
I know. I just had to use your name. I'll be all right.
Well, I'm curious why you used the word conception, given what the inside of that looks like.
So what I even try for all of my clients is that no matter when you're in the island, if you're here for a week, you will eat like a local. No matter what, even if I'm using a little bit of foreign products, there will be a combination of local ingredients. So a typical breakfast will have your eggs, your bacon, whatever, but local fruits, your mangoes, your golden apples, your akis. I try to mix it. I support as many local producers as possible. So I go, instead of going to the large conglomerates, I get my chicken from one supplier, my pork from one supplier, even down to the fish. Vegetables, I know some of them are imported, some of them are grown here, but I rather support the small business owner. It makes sense because they make me look good, I make them look good. That's how we go. So I have my trusty little mandolin, very, very sharp. This cut me multiple times, has a little trigger. All I'm going to do is make some nice little slices. Reason being, basically, then you can even dice this as well too. It takes on the texture of like an apple. You can actually use this as well too in desserts. You don't want to use English apple. Same concept. If you want to make an apple pie, you can use Christophine. Just swap out the apples, your cinnamon, all of that, those ingredients, and there you go. I may have to make a lot because there are probably other people in the house that need some food as well. No way. So all we're going to do a quick julienne of this. So one of the things about Barbadian cuisine and the intricate links between South Carolina and Africa is, can anyone tell me what any caramel dish in Africa is usually called?
Spongy.
Correct. What's another one?
Fufu.
Correct. And then there's ugali. So
there's also in Southern Africa, you have papa sadza. They use the white cornmeal. Papa sadza, yeah.
So understand how intricately linked we all are in the Caribbean. Again, for a little bit of color, simple little red onion. Quick julienne. I have some parsley here already. I don't chop it, I just pick it. Again, I'm looking for a little bit of different size and texture. Add a little bit of green onion. Everyone can see me quite well, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And I was going to say too, that is that we opened it up because, you know, we had presentation mode just with all the participants at first, you know, and then we were going to open up at the end. We said, well, this is the perfect time to open up and just everybody's here. So we're all in the room.
What I'm going to do is take some salt. And then some simple lime. That's basically it. Now for your pepper, I trick the system. Usually I corn my own pepper. So here's another ball here. As you can see, it's another rum bottle from Foursquare. It's a Dorley's 12. What I normally do is take lots of Scotch bonnet, I blend it, add falernum for a little bit of sweetness, and rum. This was a full bottle. This is a 750 bottle. Oh, 700 milliliter bottle. This is almost dead. So I just take all the peppers, you blend it, you add your rum, you add your falernum, another local product. That's it. We call this, the process of using, pickling your peppers or corning them, well-known Barbadian traditional something. All we do is mix this together.
Oh, wow.
That's
The
good
reason
on
we
the
like to,
fish.
say that?
That's good on the fish.
That's right. It's actually part of the dish. It's a topping. So like usually with cuckoo, we normally have pickled cucumber, avocado, or tomatoes. The only difference is no, I just switched up and used Christophine. The reason I like Christophine like this as well is because it is, when it's cold, you put in the ice water bath prior to this or in the freezer, it gets crispy and it's very cold. So you have a piping hot cuckoo, you have your soft fish, then you have a cold yet crunchy topping with that. So I'm actually going to put this in the fridge and freezer for a bit. And then we're on to actually now starting to make our sauce. Very, very simple. Consists of
green onions.
Green onions. We have a little bit of sweet pepper, curry powder. So it's basically taking a liberty of when you're doing what's the meal? Creole. Because they have tomatoes in it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So we take a little liberties of doing that. So garlic, your onions, your peppers, your canned tomatoes, or even your fresh tomatoes. As I said, I like a little bit of color. I like a little bit of contrast. So like that. Just dice. You can either dice, or you can either julienne. I've already had my garlic here done already. I'm very sorry. No, hopefully in the future we'll be able to have a situation where when we're doing cooking demos, there's something called smell-o-vision.
Yes.
Once that's getting hot,
oh.
All that's going to happen is I'm going to saute all of this and actually take another lovely sip of this cocktail I made.
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of cheating right there, man. We should all have a
Unfortunately, if we didn't have the pandemic this year, it was actually coming down to you guys this year. Aubrey was orchestrating that with the rest of the guys. But you know what happened? So something will happen later on in the future.
That's right.
I might just go ahead and make a drink. So let me go off camera for a minute.
So all we're gonna do is add this to our pan. Onions or peppers. And one of the things is you season as you go. One of the biggest misconceptions is you always hear, especially in Black cooking, is that or the other way to say, people don't understand how to use salt. You just have to know when and where. You can put in, but you can't take out. Right. Technically you can, but that's another story for another time. Reason being, you're building flavor as you go up. So as we go up, you just basically add. I'm actually going to see if I can actually move, but I don't know if you guys can still see behind me. At some point, I'm going to actually bring the pan for you guys to see as they go on. All we're going to do, saute this. Even if you want to be a little bit adventurous, you can even add ginger to this as well too. So our curry powder. This is basically store-bought curry powder that we normally get. let that saute a little bit for a bit.
Did you use oil in that or no?
Yeah, I use oil.
Okay.
I use some oil. Take some tomatoes.
Is that from the garden in the back of the house?
A combination of the canned and the fresh one.
Just checking because you seem to be a organic man all the way through. Everything is locally produced or promoted.
Yeah, I tell people, for me, when I really started to take a little bit serious and traveling, I was also did this. Well, I lived in Canada for 5 years. I lived in Ontario, lived in Muskoka, and then I lived in Edmonton. When I got back to Barbados, I was a little bit more inspired to see, interacting with different cultures from across the globe, your Jamaicans, your Filipinos, and they're taking what they love and bringing it to North America, to Canada. So what happened was, came back here and it was like, I realized that our food is, as I say, a little bit relegated just to styrofoam containers and foil. You just have your traditional rice and peas, your macaroni pie, your fried fish, your fried pork, and other dishes. I wanted to know people, when people come to me or work with me, you get that sweet potato, those edibles, those yams, those cassavas, those fresh tomatoes, those fresh cucumbers, and present it that in any way that anyone is traveling overseas, that when they see certain things, they go like, I've had this before, but I've never had it with this particular item. So everyone's familiar with the Italian dish gnocchi, Italian pasta gnocchi, which is basically flour, water, salt, pepper, you make it and roll it. Instead of doing regular gnocchi, I did breadfruit gnocchi. So I had breadfruit flour here, sweet potato flour. What we have, taking Italian inspiration, but using local products. That's the whole idea behind the brand.
Because we have in the Caribbean, we really have a very good cuisine as well. So that would just boost it up and make it more creative and appealing, because sometimes I get fed up of cooking what I've been eating all my life. And of course, I'm not, it's not that I don't want to eat that. It's just that I want to eat something else.
Right.
You know,
but I'm listening.
Huh?
I'm listening.
Yeah, and you know, so I go to the Caribbean cookbook that came out of the high school in Naparima Girls that has become a regional cookbook now. And you could get the ingredients, but you could experiment. So you incorporating what you know from way back when, and then you being a little creative to go along with it. So that's a good idea that you have.
I would recommend you put some remedy gravy.
No problem. Not a problem.
Okay.
The thing is, even with this dish I did, when I did in the city series, we had Finding Dory. So this was an event where it's all about fish. The starter, I can actually quickly go through it right now. What I did was make a sweet potato fish cake. So it was sweet potato, your classic fish cake. Instead of using flour and salted cod, I used sweet potato as your base. The bones from the mahi-mahi made a stock, so I cut the sweet potatoes in there, and saltfish. And then everyone's familiar with Bisco, the brand of biscuits here. I crusted that with Bisco biscuits instead of using breadcrumbs. And then I did pickled Christophine with smoked flying fish. So this is the event where we actually serve you. You sit down, we actually dine with you. And what I did also as well I did an ackee cocktail, not your guinnep, which is the actual fruit. And so technically it was a cheeky play of ackee and saltfish. So then my main course was actually paying homage to cuckoo and fish. So Once that catches a boil, there are two ways of doing this, I'll explain. At the event, instead of doing regular cuckoo, I did a cornmeal and okra waffle. Taking the elements of cuckoo and recreating them. Reason being, everyone is not necessarily likes the texture of cornmeal, which is basically soft. So I made it something familiar that everyone has at least tried it at some point, a waffle. Thing about this as well too, it was actually gluten-free. Every single one of my dinner had a gluten-free one. So the reason I did this concept, as I said, was the fact I'm tired of seeing what is being presented on the island. This is no disrespect to any of my partners in the business. I knew exactly what he wanted. So being cheeky as it was, a cornmeal and okra waffle, I had 2 clients that had a gluten-free allergy. So instead of me making 2 gluten-free free waffles, I made all 70 of my waffles gluten-free. To also highlight that gluten-free food does not have to be boring. Side note, I do not like gluten-free food and I do not like vegan food. I'm very sorry, but that it is what it is.
You're accommodating.
I am accommodating.
Yes.
Then I did seasonal greens. So one of the reasons why the menu is, when I do the event like this, the menu is written already, but by the time I get into the market, it may not, whatever product may not be available, I get to change on the spot right away. So it was just basically fresh bok choy, spinach, violet cabbage. We had seared mahi-mahi. Then we had also, as a salsa or relish, tomato and avocado. So everything, I'll actually try to send you a picture of it so you guys can see what it looked like. But then what's missing? Cucumber. So we did a cucumber daiquiri. So we made a cucumber syrup, citrus, and white rum. So again, taking the elements that you find in traditional cuckoo and just pulling them apart, but making sure they come together.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's it. So right now we had your pickle. I could have also made a cucumber. I could have also made a Christophine syrup and done that as well too. But again, taking those elements, once this is actually boiling, I like to get it extremely nice and hot. Make a little taste.
I have a special love for cuckoo and callaloo, and as they do it in Trinidad, usually it's some kind of fish, usually red fish or kingfish or something like that. But that is the standard basic without the creativity you're speaking about.
Here is also a nice, although it's not on your recipe card, it's a nice additional ingredient to add to your soup, stocks, and sauces.
Angostura.
Yes, right. Yes, please. So we actually have some fresh dolphin here, some mahi-mahi, as you can see right here.
I've never eaten a dolphin.
Pardon me?
I've never eaten dolphin.
Oh.
They don't have any bones.
No, we can have it deboned. I usually take the sides and then fillet it small pieces. So here's the thing about this when it comes to cooking. You control the heat. Heat does not control you. So one of the things that happened and when you realize it is that you would see my parents when I was growing up, they fed me. You know, they would probably curse me, for saying these things. But after a while, being in the industry, you realize this overcut my food, overcut my meats, overcut my fish. So something like this, as we're talking right now, what happens, you have 2 choices. And this is one of the things we learned. We used to make our sauce. We would take a nice pan with all our fish already seasoned. Take an oven, because of course you're in the kitchen, the oven is going, always on, let's say 300 degrees, 350. Sauce is hot, you put your pan and you just pour the fish over it. I flash it in the oven. The heat is going to keep on cooking your fish and it's not going to be overcooked. So for like this here right now, all I'm going to do, I'm not going to use the oven, I'm actually going to turn off my stove and I'm actually just going to drop my fish in here. That's it. And by the time I'm going through all of my stuff, this is actually going to be cooked perfectly. Anything else? Nothing else at all.
Does the dolphin taste like meat?
No, it has it is a little, it flakes similar to snapper. That's probably one of the best things they could probably use, but it is a little bit more robust. It has a little bit more meatier. So it would be if in terms of something on the land, I would consider it, I don't want to say chicken, I would probably say a turkey. It's a little bit more fuller compared to your snapper. Snapper is very simple.
The reason I asked that because I don't like my fish to taste like meat. You know, that's me.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that totally completely. So next thing that we're going to start here right now is our cuckoo.
Oh, my favorite. Yeah.
So,
I love cuckoo, man.
So all I have here right now is just some simple water. I'm going to put in some onions. Don't necessarily have to saute. I'm going to take some salt. I may be turning a lot, but a lot of salt is not coming out, so don't be scared. A little bit of pepper. All we're going to do is put that on the stove. And then we're going to take our lady's fingers or okras. And we're just going to slice them.
Yeah, you can't have cuckoo without okra.
That's right. So even with the events, I have, as I said, I have full creative license to create our food. So I do as well as possible. Because at the end of the day, I want people to understand we have wonderful products, we have wonderful ingredients. Just find creative ways, take inspiration from other things, stuff like that. So all we're gonna do is let that boil. And once that comes to a boil, again, my parents are probably gonna curse me for saying this, but you don't need to boil it for 10, 15 minutes. Once you let that heat permeate through it, what's gonna happen? It basically starts to break down the muscle, the fibers of the okra. And then what's gonna happen, we're going to have something perfect to go with. So traditionally, I don't know how many people got their backside cut with one of these, but you all know that.
Yes, I remember. They serve two purposes, one for the kitchen and one for discipline.
Yep. Again, going back to my parents, my ancestors, mother, my grandmother, they see me doing this, they would actually beat me. Usually what happens, to test your skills creating cuckoo, you would pour this directly straight inside of the pot.
That's what I know. I'd see you putting it in the bowl, so yeah.
So because I know I can do it, but I don't want to embarrass myself on a Zoom call. I'm representing Barbados right now. What's going to happen? All I do is add water to make a nice little paste and make it simple. Right. So it'll be smooth for me when I pour it inside of the actual pot.
So you wouldn't have to do as much kneading to get it, is what you're saying.
Exactly. I won't have to then worry now about trying to take out the lumps, because basically I've done all of this here right now.
Okay. Well, that's smart.
Work smart, not hard. That's what they always say.
Do you have a cookbook?
That's in the process right now.
Okay, you gotta let us know so we could get it in our libraries.
That's the plan. The team and I are basically discussing how we're going to maneuver over the next couple of months.
Okay.
But with the actual, we're going to do a cookbook. We're going to do a bartending book as well.
Right.
But yeah. So basically what's happened, again, anyone that knows this, what's another dish that looks similar to this? You used to have it for breakfast.
Cornmeal pap.
Cornmeal soup. Cornmeal porridge.
Exactly.
So I was just going to, from a historical perspective, I know South Carolina also had cornmeal or corn as a staple. And on a sad note, there was a time in the early 1900s where the corn that was being produced was missing niacin, and many South Carolinians, particularly Black South Carolinians, died from a disease called pellagra, which it was found was resulting from the corn that was missing niacin. Just thought I would, and that's always sad to me when I look at families through genealogy and see the deaths as a result of the cornmeal not having that vitamin in it.
Well, how did it come out of it? Is it because they experimented with the corn or?
Yes, it's how they process the corn. Many people died.
Thank you for that bit of information. So, all that is going to happen, you're going to see, let me get here properly. You're going to have your corn, your okras, your onions. That's basically cooked already. That's it. But again, what's going to happen, I'm going to pour off some of this, some of the liquid. And when it starts to settle, that's nice and stirred. All I'm going to do, mix this in.
So, Thaddeus, is there a reason why you used water instead of coconut milk? Because I was taught coconut milk.
Some people use coconut milk, but then they also have to be cognizant of allergies.
Of what?
Allergies. People that have allergies.
And I also wonder if the coconut milk might be the Spanish influence in the Caribbean, because I noticed Jamaica, the Spanish tend to like the coconut milk.
But you would normally, for us in Barbados, we would more so use the coconut milk or grated coconut for the cornmeal pap. For the cuckoo, we wouldn't do that.
Right.
So majority, as you, I guess you would understand that we tend to go a little bit more on the sweet side when it comes to some of our dishes, breakfast stuff or sweets and pastries. So think of conkeys. Conkeys usually having sweet potatoes, sometimes the cornmeal, pumpkin, and the same coconut milk. Some people do that as well.
We do the coconut milk in Trinidad.
I didn't see much of it growing up in Barbados in St. Joseph. So I'm thinking that, I mean, we use coconut. My grandmother would make coconut oil. We would use grated coconut in most of the dishes that we cooked. It was grated coconut, but I didn't see coconut milk almost never, actually.
I would assume that the coconut milk or in Trinidad coconut milk is also related to the East Indian population, right? Because they also cook with a lot of coconut milk.
Okay.
And quite frankly, coconut milk makes everything taste better.
For some reason,
I agree.
For some reason, it just have a better taste for real.
I know Jamaicans use it in rice. My Spanish friends use it a lot. They don't like grated coconut as much as we do, but they love the coconut milk.
Yep.
It's an inexpensive flavor. And remember, the coconut itself has so many different uses, right? So you can add it to your savory dishes like your rice. You can make a lot of different sweets from it. And then when you're done with the grating, you throw the grating in the yard and the fowls eat it.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Yeah, they get the fiber.
Even the stuff that's grated, what would happen? We even turn that into syrup. So on the outside of that, we used to make, everyone's familiar with the snow cones. What we used to do is make a lot of local inspired snow cones. So again, you get your things like golden apple, you get your things like your secret, your mangoes, your dunks, your akis. So we had something called 100% no waste product. So either, let's say, for example, 5 fingers or golden apples. You would peel the golden apples, the June plums as they're also known. Get a little more liquid in here.
Yeah, because you're gonna get beat if you burn our cuckoo.
And we'll have to fire him.
Oh, by the way, you were talking about heat and the controlling of your heat. Do you, like me, feel with electric stove that you lose some of that control, or is it just me?
Say that again. I didn't hear that part.
in terms of controlling your heat for your food, preparing your food, I find with electric stove, I tend to lose that control of my heat as opposed to if I'm using gas. Is that your experience?
Understood. No, I think what happens is that the type of pans. So what happens is that there are particular pans that are better for electric flat tops compared to gas. Usually, you would normally see that the bottom of the pan has a black, usually black or different color compared to the pot. Those are more so because they conduct heat compared to your metal pans. It works. It all depends basically on what you're doing. Once you start with a hot pan, you should be able to control it after that. There's nothing wrong with pulling stuff off of the stove. So, or pull it to the side. Again, once it has the heat in it, the heat continues to cook. So this is more so done when they say a lot of our food is either over seasoned or overcooked. One of the things we don't factor in is carry on heat. So take fish, and everyone has basically had, let's say, fish and chips at some point. Let's take it to the Caribbean, especially Barbados, where we do fish and chips on the side of the road. So what happens is you're gonna take fries, you take your chips, you fry them, put them in a container. Then you're going to fry your fish probably way over than usual. Put that fish on top of hot fries and then cover the container. Carry on heat. So what's going to happen? You have everything enclosed, heat from the bottom, your fish in the middle, and closing, and it's going to sweat. It's going to carry on heat. So although a lot of us in the Caribbean would not like to hear underdone fish, you can cook your fish to the point where it is not necessarily fully done, because when you take it out of the oil, you take it out of your pan, whatever, you put it to rest, heat is still coming into the outside going in. So just keep on cooking. Then basically how you tell a good cuckoo, in general, what you're sticking is not supposed to move, but basically your cuckoo is actually finished.
Let me see.
It stands up, the stick stands up.
What I'm going to do is just add the rest of this. And that's it.
There's a question in the chat from Peggy, and she says, "Are you going to use some Bayesian pepper sauce on the side?"
Absolutely.
I can, as I said, I make my own corn pepper. So I put that on the side for me.
Serafina, did you call me?
You got flying fish.
How you doing, my love?
Oh, wait a minute.
Everybody here is not Barbadian.
Oh. Eat the same. That's that same lady.
So it's very, very, very simple.
Yeah, people smiling up there.
A spoon.
It's on the thing. So. No, mic is on. Yeah. No, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the screen that keeps flashing in between. Are we being like bombed or?
Linda, you're seeing flashing?
I'm seeing present day American cities dealing with unrest over injustice.
No, I think that's just the present day American cities dealing with unrest over.
And it keeps flashing in on the big screen.
It's news from today.
It's Hiram Catlin's, Hiram Catlin has that up.
Yeah, I think he was there, but I think he stepped away for a few minutes. I saw him go.
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
Oh, okay. Okay, because I was like, what is that?
No bombing. I can change the picture.
Okay, cool. Thank you, my brother.
Get up.
Stop scaring everybody.
I'm like, I'm getting paranoid. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up.
No, in this day, this day and age, yeah.
They were supposed to have a demonstration today. That's what it is.
It kept flashing where the chef was.
Yes.
Oh, is that what it
Yes.
was? Must have been
That's
something
what it
in
was.
there might have been some, I don't know what happened. Maybe just something in the.
Well, as long as somebody knows him and he's so friendly, I'm good.
That's us swimming boy.
Yeah, man.
Oh my
Then
God.
basically-
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
Missed that.
Basically, we have it, of course, we're in the islands. We're in the islands, so we must have it swimming.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that.
Does not look like my grandma's though.
Because she would roll it in the bowl.
Yeah, my grandma made a mold.
Mm-hmm.
Usually make a mold, but
Just try to take a
that's neither
picture.
here nor there for me. I just want my food. That's my thing. Add a little bit of oil. Take a little taste. I'm having tomato, cornmeal. Woo. It's hot. Hey, that's used to drink more rum.
That looks delicious.
Then
That does
nice-
look delicious. Oh my
nice
God.
a nice hefty portion of it on top.
Oh my gosh.
Decoration, nice.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
We're also adding a little bit height. So imagine us now. I'm very smell it and taste. So you'll have your lovely hot sauce, your hot cuckoo, your hot fish, but then something nice and cold and citrus as well too.
Great
And of course,
presentation.
Well, my
That's
mouth
it.
is watering.
Brother, not easy.
And if you want to add a little bit more, I mean, less is more, to be honest, but that's basically how we do cuckoo.
All right.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Very,
That
very
is
simple.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my
No.
gosh.
I know that it doesn't take about 4 million years according to my grandparents. I know I'm very sorry. I know it used to take too long, but it is what it is. And that's very
Wow.
simple as it is.
That
In regards, your recipe for your sweet bread is very, very simple. Unfortunately, I had a situation here with one of the ovens in the house, so I'm unable to actually go through that with you as well too, and I broke something today as well. So I do apologize for that. But if there are any other questions you'd like to ask me in regards to food, cocktails, rum, food, cocktails, rum.
Yeah, what do you think about microwave cuckoo?
I have honestly, I'll be honest with you. I know a lot of people will cry that down, but here's my thing about it. This is where I learned when I was in Canada. We used to work at a particular hotel, and the hotel used to tell me, to give me a recipe log, a recipe book, and tell me 20 steps. When we sat down and looked at it, we realized we could do the same thing in 10 steps. Who's wrong? In a blind tasting, I'm quite sure you can't tell if that person used the actual pan or someone that used the microwave. I understand it may have your connotations, but to me, in all honesty, sometimes you have to work smart. I personally won't do it, but I can't judge. If it tastes the same way like this, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I may have an issue with cuckoo in a can, but that's another story for another time.
I've never heard of that. Does it exist? Really?
What's that? Cuckoo in a can? Yep, there's cuckoo in a can. There's only one brand that actually does it. But as you realize, cuckoo does not take long to cook. It does not take long to cook. I don't know what my parents and grandparents are doing so long in the kitchen, but that's their business.
Tell them the reason why you put the water in first.
Thaddeus.
Yes, please.
Most of us in the West Indies, we didn't go by recipes. We just followed and did what our parents did. And I mean, how do you transfer from that to what you're doing? Because as you made your cuckoo, how do you know how much water to put? How do you know how much meal will go with
I always say start with at least, if you have one of those measured cups, start with list 3 cups, 4 cups, whatever the case may be. Pour as you go. As we say, you listen to your ancestors and you listen and you feel, that is quite applicable. Because what happens, one of the reasons of when you're doing, especially like a cookbook, sometimes in certain recipes, you have to be cognizant of where you're located. You have to worry about humidity, you have to worry about temperature, you have to worry about all of those things. So that was about 1.5 cups of water to start with. And the meal, as you know, meal absorbs any liquid. Sometimes you can listen to the pan. Sometimes if the pan starts like, I don't want to say a scorch, just add more liquid. As that dries up, you add more liquid. As you go, you add more liquid. So even after this time, even after all of this time, my meal is still mellow.
Yeah,
I think too, I think that point about it depends on where you are, right? Because you know, in South Carolina, I get a variety of different types of cornmeal when I go to the store. And
you would
so
you would use refined or fine cornmeal. Don't find it, you can take the same coarse cornmeal and actually blend it. Because in general, coarse cornmeal traditionally across the world is known as polenta. It's just a thicker, coarser cornmeal grain. It will not cook as fine as this, but if you don't find it, you take a regular blender or a RoboCook food processor, blend it again.
Or go
Very, very
to
simple.
the Hispanic store, because that's what I ended up having to do, right? You know, because again, coming from Trinidad, trying to figure out which cornmeal to make pastels with, right? Not every cornmeal can you make pastels with. So these are the things that you kind of, as an immigrant, you kind of start and fail until you figure it out.
So can I bring up the whole macaroni pie and macaroni mac and cheese thing, because I get in trouble with my husband is from South Carolina. They do mac and cheese. I just do macaroni pie, and they're and the children look at what I put in my macaroni mac and cheese and go, "Ew, you put ketchup in it and you put mustard and onions and eggs. Ew." There's definitely like a difference between mac and cheese and macaroni pie.
Yeah. You know the major difference is we cook with love, we cook with flavor. Not a mocking mac and cheese, but some of them what I normally see is just your cheese, your milk, you make your pasta. Of course, you get the same ketchup, your mustard, your onions, your seasonings, you mix. And of course, no good macaroni pie without a good crust. Your cheese on top. Very, very simple and very effective.
Okay.
And then I guess more so because we actually use macaroni in the Caribbean compared to the pasta shells, like let's say penne, the elbows, cavatappi, all those different. We use actually long macaroni, so hence that's why we technically are not only we say macaroni pie compared to actual mac and cheese.
Let me just say this. I have never heard of macaroni pie made with ketchup. I know people put it on their pie, but you wouldn't get macaroni pie from my house made with ketchup.
Usually what happens, they would, when I started growing up, when I was staying in the kitchen, I had the job of grating the cheese. You would basically grate the cheese, you got your hot pasta, and you throw in your cheese, you throw in your ketchup, you throw in your mustard, you throw in your seasoning, you mix it till the cheese is melted, you grease your pan and put it in. There's nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with that at all. But again, the ketchup adds a little bit warm color and a little bit of sweetness, because over the time, everyone knows Anchor New Zealand cheddar cheese, which is our national cheese of Barbados, like they call it. It becomes a little bit salty. And when you add a little bit more heat to cheese, that cheese starts to break down, and they say it adds a little bit more salt. So sometimes that's where you have to add that ketchup to it. And as I say, it's basically, as someone said earlier, you saw your grandparents doing it, you saw your parents doing it, and you go on them there. Ideally for my sauce, instead of having tomatoes, I could have done ketchup and fresh tomatoes. But again, they use canned tomatoes and a combination of fresh tomatoes. It's basically, there's nothing, I personally think there's nothing wrong with it. I just think that we just have to know when and where. That's very, very simple about it. So when it comes to cooking. It is imperative for me as a Barbadian and a representative of the Caribbean to push and promote what we have in many ways and many forms. Last year I flew up to Calgary last year for the Barbados Calgary Association. They were doing a new building. They flew me up. I did cuckoo, fish cakes. And this is something I learned, although this is about 17 years in the industry. When you think you have done enough fish cakes, you have never done enough fish cakes. I spent over, let's say what, 3 hours dropping fish cakes. Somebody else dropping fish cakes. The fish cakes left the location. 20 minutes later, I heard, do you have any more fish cakes? All the fish cakes sold out. Wow. That's my biggest concern right now. So those things like that, taking Barbadian culture, taking Barbadian fare across the globe. Ideally, earlier this year, I wanted to take to you guys Charleston earlier this year, the same concept we were planning earlier there, but as we all know, we'll have to wait again later on. So we will definitely do this live in advance at some point. So I look forward to doing that whenever the time comes. Or even if you find me in Barbados, I'll be here doing something.
We'll definitely have to come and visit. We'll definitely have to come and visit you. Yes.
No problem. I know all the watering holes and all the spots. As all know, my guys are messaging me because traditionally on Saturday, it is sauce, which is going back to what Joe said about the pork. We have, which is basic pickled pork. Basically, it started with the idea of the masters and the owners of the house will be giving the slaves not the proper cuts of the pork. They would take the loins, of course, legs, leaving the slaves with snout, trotters, innards. Then they're making a meal out of it, adding your pickled cucumber, and then taking the bad or the degrading sweet potato and adding your spices. So you're adding your nutmeg, you're adding your cinnamon, you're adding your thyme, you're adding your herbs, and you make your pudding. So a lot of our dishes were made because we were served scraps.
Exactly.
And they're wonderful dishes. They translate across the globe. When you look at it, earlier we said the links between Africa, South Carolina, Barbados, Jamaica, all of these links come together.
Exactly.
Yeah, South Carolina has hoghead cheese, which is our sows ground up.
Oh.
And gelled.
Yeah.
Thaddeus, here's another a question. I know even now that we're older and far removed from that earlier period, you can still taste some of the tastes that were parts of your meals growing up, like the soup. You can still imagine the taste. Now, what you're doing is upscale. It has been ticked up, but I mean, unless you go to a regular like home or so to recapture that sort of taste. I know that I went to the to the yacht club. They serve a meal. You can go there if somebody invites you in Barbados. But you got the soup with dumplings. You got peas and rice, and you got the stew and everything. But it harkens back to what you got in your mother's kitchen or your grandmother's kitchen. And that is a bit different from, because now this is what you've done is upscale, and I'm sure it tastes well. I mean, it tastes delicious, but it's like a whole lot more sophisticated than we were used to.
I get what you're saying. I get what the reason why I did it like this was because I found over the last couple of years, especially working on the private end, this is where more so I have the affluent clients. There's a big misconception here that these people come to Barbados and they don't want to eat like a local. This is where sometimes I will not do a waffle for clients at a villa. I want them to understand this is what happens in Barbados. What I will do is probably make slight tweaks for visual representation. If you know the pickle, when we do pickle, we never pickle do with Valadia or white onions or Spanish onions. All I did was switch out and use red onions. So there's small little tweaks that I may do to visually enforce, keep the same concept, the same flavors, but visually when you look at it, you go, okay. Because I always warn my clients, like I do sauce at the villa. Now, we all know how sliced when it comes to the breadfruit. The breadfruit is cut, is figged and cut and sliced. What I will do is sit down and dice my breadfruit, nice sizes, nice portions, and uniformity. So what I tell them is that you will get the flavors here, but when you go on the road, you're not going to get uniformity. So it is, I understand where you're coming from, but I always say for me, personally, when it comes to food, I'm a little bit frustrated that we relegate a lot of our food, our local foods, just throwing it in a bowl and saying, this is it. I don't like that. I like the fact that I can take the same foods, the same elements, take my time, dice, organize, slice, julienne, put it on a plate for you. Same cuckoo, and you look at it and go, well, I went to a shop at the side of the road, make cuckoo and look like this, but it tastes like it. So, but then the other thing is that a lot of being in the industry for the last couple of years, I can tell you I know a lot of places, and it's not my business, I know a lot of them don't use local stuff. And I will beat my drums in my heart to say this. There's no way on God's earth that we are surrounded by so much water and we should be importing so much salmon. We should be importing trout. We have access to turpik, barracudas, lionfish, whatever, flying fish, tuna. Use what we have. I will sing this to the cows come home. I can actually give an idea of exactly for November. Usually no one knows the menu, but for November, I'm using black belly lamb. You can find as much New Zealand lamb, American lamb in Barbados. You can't find a lot of black belly lamb in Barbados for the average person to use. How I may start in my course, you are actually getting, your welcome cocktail is going to be a sorrel snow cone with pumpkin fritters.
Okay.
So that's when we start. That's basically your welcome. Your starter is going to be your grandmother's lamb soup. What's going to happen is I'm going to make the soup traditionally the same way. All I'm going to do is make a fine dice of all of my vegetables. So instead of me just taking the sweet potato and pumpkin and carrots and chopping them how we put them in the soup, everything is uniform. I'm doing roasted black belly lamb. I'm taking a whole carcass of black belly lamb and roasting it in my box. And I'm going to do a split pea and sweet potato, or a sweet potato and green banana croquette. So lamb and split pea goes wonderful together. Green banana and lamb goes wonderful together. Vegetables, and I'm also going to do it while bringing jus with it. For dessert is going to be your same conquis, your sweet bread, and cassava pone. And I'm not finished there as yet. You're also going to get a fruit platter of all locally grown fruits in the island. So even although we would not necessarily, Barbados grows is the land of watermelon, we grow some wonderful watermelon here. But right now in season, there's going to be five fingers, there's going to be Bajan cherry, there's going to be soursop, there's going to be donks, and I still believe there's golden apple as well, as I said that. So now imagine now having a fruit platter of only locally grown fruits on the island. So there's no oranges, there's no cherries, there's no blueberries, there's no lychee. everything on the island, and I believe we can do better. There are too many people that are coming to the island are getting frustrated of not seeing the things that the average Barbadian would eat. And we are a little bit more Americanized, North American and European culture. They have their rights and they have their purposes, but I believe with this push, because I feel proud to tell you when I'm finished, hi, this meal was done by me, blah, 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 but the lamb was grown by Aubrey. When you're finished, you want lamb, you should be saying, well, I had lamb at that event, I should go to Aubrey for that lamb. I had chicken from this particular person, he highlight this person, support them. I understand that we tend to not support each other, but I'd rather be the conduit for us as Barbadians and as a chef to link people to understand, instead of going to your conglomerates, your big stores or superstores, reach out to the small man. Reach out to that small person that's making we get chickens in Barbados at what? A supermarket may give you a chicken at $20-something at 3.5 pounds. The man that in your neighborhood or the chicken farmer will give you a 4 and a 4.5 pound bird at $16. As the Bajans would say, head and brain. But so going back to the point of what you said, I will definitely not try to be as total upscale, because I always try to tell people, this is what our food started look like. This is my interpretation of what I think it can look like, because it can go on multiple different things. They could have done a caramel ochre pancake, caramel ochre crepe. I could have folded all of this stuff. Let's take the same fish, the same cucumber, and roll it like a crepe, like how you normally do. What's the dish? I can't remember the name of the dish now, but you roll it. But the elements of cuckoo are still there. Yeah. But at the end of the day, this is what cuckoo will always look like in my brain, no matter what.
And that's wonderful, and I think that's great. Just thinking in terms of the history, like for instance, and those from South Carolina, Native Carolina, you talk about soul food, and we in Barbados, we didn't use that same term, but there was a way of cooking and the way it looks like and tastes like that is comparable or is equating to soul food here. I think the same thing would be in Trinidad or wherever.
Rhoda,
yeah,
if I could interrupt you a minute. I mean, think about those of us in South Carolina, right? How food is now completely tied into the tourism culture, okay? And you have a place like Husk in Charleston that is supposed to be the best restaurant in the world or in America or whatever. And the chef there admits, where did he get his recipes from, right? He knows all these Gullah chefs that he's, repurposed their stuff. And I mean, I don't know what it's like now, but I know pre-pandemic, I couldn't get a table in Husk.
You're right.
And I'm a food snob, so I really wanted to go. But also think about what happened in Trinidad in the 1980s and 90s, when all of a sudden, all those folks who were civil servants and working in the banks suddenly rediscovered the docks and the food that those women, who were mostly from smaller islands, Grenada and other places, St. Vincent, they would cook for the dock workers. And all these guys with the middle class jobs suddenly discovered this place, right? And it was the place to go, to be seen, right? And so I think, and then what Thaddeus just raised, right? One of the problems with tourism, especially in the Caribbean, is that we tend to import food to feed the international folks instead of growing our own stuff. I mean, people are going to eat what you put in front of them, and if it tastes good, they're going to eat it, right? So I worked in the hotel industry in Tobago, And we would get, the best filet mignon from somebody who grew cows or calves or whatever in Tobago. We would get fantastic mahi mahi. And there were lots of places in Tobago that were doing just what Thaddeus was doing, taking traditional food that we all grew up eating, maybe repurposing it a little bit, and then putting it in front of these European and American visitors, and they would eat it, no questions asked.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it as a critique, because I think it's wonderful, but I'm saying as we think in terms of both places and how food is viewed and again put into different stereotypes or whatever. I remember growing up. I grew up some in Trinidad too, but growing up, bakes and fish cakes. Those are the type of food that if you had to go to school and take bakes, you're gonna go hide. You don't want anybody to see or know that's what you're eating, because
you made it. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying there was a stigma attached to it. But today, everybody wants fish cakes. That's why when you make your fish cakes, it run out.
But you made a very valid point, and this is where my frustration lies. Now, you just said that you used to hide having your fish cakes and your bakes. Now, we just had the pandemic. We just passed the 3 or 4 months lockdown, whatever. Within the first 2 to 3 weeks, there were posts all over social media. All of a sudden, people are making bakes. You know why it's frustrating? Because realize that a simple snack, a simple meal is valuable to you, but it took a pandemic to understand, I can eat bakes every day. Every day, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. I'm making bakes. And it was like, you do understand that is something that we grew up with. I made fish cakes, and last night I did for a event. What I did was, instead of doing traditional fish cakes, which normally, of course, is the flour, your herbs, your salt fish, and you drop with a spoon. What I did was take a little bit of European inspiration. Yes, we know that sometimes people used to put English potato in their fish cake batter. What I did was take English potato, take the same herbs, took the same herbs, the same salt fish, the same spices, all the ingredients. Chill my potatoes, roll them in a ball, flour, egg wash, breadcrumbs. So it's basically a croquette. The same ingredients that you find inside of a fish cake. All I did was take European inspiration and did with that. The feedback was phenomenal because everybody's looking for the flour fish cakes. There's a lot of people that are now trying to get themselves away from flour. So I'm also cognizant of that too as well. So you make a valid point